It's the only national oil company that publishes its monthly financial and operations report on local and international media platforms. This tape strategic move has opened a new vista of opportunities for the corporation operations, strengthened her partnerships with international oil companies, and boosted investors' confidence in Nigeria's hydrocarbon value chain.
NNPC, we touch your lives in many positive ways.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, very kindly take your respective sitting positions. This event is about to commence. Very kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. If we can please take our respective seating positions, settle the room for the commencement of the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. The Nigeria International Petroleum Summit was one of the very last events to happen physically before the unfortunate pandemic that hit the world in 2020. We've also become one of the first events to return, observing protocols as directed by the relevant government agencies following the gradual reopening of countries and cities around the globe. Truly, N.I.P.S is gradually taking her place as that desired destination for events for all of Africa, for industry, for government, and for relevant regional and international organizations. Welcome to the 4th edition, the first to be held in the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa here in Abuja. My name is Richmond Osuji, and I have, as always, the pleasure, the privilege, the honor, standing before you this morning, ready to master the next few days of this 4th edition of the event. From crisis to opportunities, new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons is our theme for this year's N.I.P.S. Fact is, though COVID hit the world and shut down economies, procreation did not shut down, meaning population is increasing. Demand for energy is on the rise, and there's a pressure on fossil fuel from renewables. Question is, should oil prices hit $100 or above per barrel, will investors still be taking the stand on fossil fuel they are taking today, or will it be relaxed and new investments embraced? Questions that I'm sure this next few days will unravel for us answers in this industry as it concerns Africa. The Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources made quite a profound statement yesterday evening for those who were at the minister's dinner. I'm sure he's going to make that statement again sometime this week. I would allow him to continue to champion that cause, for it's a cause all of us in Africa and those of us in emerging markets around Latin America and indeed in Asia should begin to consider and embrace. I was looking at an IEA report today, and I realized that whilst many parts of the world like Nigeria shut down their use of coal many years ago, countries around the world in Europe and Asia and America are still generating energy using coal. Should we consider developing our own industry and resources for the betterment of our people before we begin to embrace new technologies that will quiet fossil fuel? I'm just asking questions. Again, I welcome all of you, and I will go straight into the formalities for the morning. First off, let me say here at the banquet hall, we have the restrooms, lavatories, conveniences, whichever one you want to call it. For the VIP guests, it is just exit through this door to the VIP waiting room on my right. You would find the toilets for men and women. For the distinguished delegates, as you exit the banquet hall to your left, all the way down to the courtyard area where we'll have for networking and tea, you'd find the lavatories for both men and women as well. And of course, in the case of an emergency, the muster points are outside of this building, heading towards the lawn and the gates of the premises. We await the arrival from the green room of some of our dignitaries who are joining us this morning. As they get here, we'll commence with the national anthem of the event. But let me quickly, as I wait for them, do a quick run-through of what agenda we are expecting today. As we commence this opening ceremony with the addresses and remarks to come and Goodwill to follow, we will then take our guest of honors and special guest of honor remarks. We will then proceed into an international panel that will get taken a world oil outlook at N.I.P.S 2021. That will take us to a refreshment break. And then the vehicles provided that will drive us to the International Conference Center, where we would have a session at around 3 p.m. today. And of course, that session, when it ends, we'll begin to head back in this direction to come and attend the dinner that will be hosted by Total Energies Nigeria. Before that, there will be a cocktail hosted by the NCDMB when the ES of that agency will be receiving distinguished delegates and international attendees. That would be what our day one is looking like. Kunle, I think it's time if we can bring our dignitaries into the room. Let's commence with the event. I will run through my protocol once I start again the event formally. But let me welcome the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. Can we please give him a round of applause? We will be joined as well by the Honorable Minister of State for Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, Distinguished Senator George Akume. We expect his arrival, of course. His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva, Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, our host minister, is walking in with some other yes, of course. The refreshments this morning, I'm sure some of us have had tea or coffee or canapes. Whatever you enjoy this morning is courtesy of the enabler for businesses in the industry, the Department of Petroleum Resources, the DPR. We thank you for providing us tea and coffee this morning. We also welcome Ambassador Miriam Katagum, the Honorable Minister of State, Industry, Trade and Investment. Good morning, ma'am. Glad to have you. Can we please give her a warm applause? We're also joined by His Excellency Vincent the Paul Massassa, Minister of Hydrocarbon of Gabon, quite a consistent attendee minister to the N.I.P.S since inception. I think he deserves a round of applause. I'm sure he will join us shortly. From Mali, we are joined, I'm guessing, with the dignitaries by His Excellency Tiemoko Sangari, Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons of the Republic of Mali. From Ghana, we are joined by the Minister of Energy, represented by the Director of Petroleum at the Ministry, Benjamin Kwame Ashanti. From Equatorial Guinea, we are joined virtually by His Excellency Gabriel Banga Obiang Lima, the Minister of Mines, Hydrocarbons of Equatorial Guinea. And from the Diplomatic Corps in Abuja, we are joined by His Excellencies, the Ambassadors of Egypt to Nigeria, the Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to Nigeria, the Ambassador of Norway to Nigeria, the Ambassador of Iran to Nigeria. We welcome all Excellencies joining us from the diplomatic missions. We're also joined this morning by the Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, who has been leading the charge for this event, is also here with us, Mr. Bitrus Nabasu. Good morning, sir. MNI. Can we please appreciate the Permanent Secretary? Thank you very much. Now remember, some of these dignitaries will be joining us when they walk in from the green room. We're also joined this morning by the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, and Mr. Mele Kiari. We're also joined by the Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Department of the Petroleum Resources, Engineer Saki Nwalu. Good morning, sir. Can you please give him a round of applause? Good morning, sir. Thank you very much. The Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Engineer Simbi Wabote, FNSE, is also with us this morning. Good morning, sir. The Executive Secretary, Petroleum Equalization Fund, Boboy Ahmed, is also joining us this morning. Yes, please, let's give them a round of applause. Go ahead. And then we have heads of international agencies and regional bodies joining us as well. Our very own Secretary General of OPEC, His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Bakindo, is joining us virtually. We're also joined virtually by the Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum, His Excellency Dr. Yuri Centurion. We're also joined by our very own Dr. Omar Farouk, the Secretary General of APPO, the African Petroleum Producers Organization. We welcome all of them. The Chairman Oil Producers Trade Session of the LCCI, that will be the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Managing Director of Total Energies in Nigeria, Mike Sangster, is in the room this morning. Good morning. Excuse me. Thank you. All right, we're also joined this morning by the Managing Director of Shell Development Petroleum Company and the country chair for Shell companies in Nigeria, Osage Okubo. Good morning, sir. Yes, please, go ahead. We're also joined this morning by the Chairman and Managing Director of ExxonMobil Nigeria, Richard Lang. Mr. Lang, we welcome you. The Managing Director for Chevron Nigeria and Mid-Africa, Managing Director and Chairman for Chevron Nigeria and Mid-Africa, is this morning represented by the Director, Joint Venture Operations, Nigeria Mid-Africa Strategic Business Unit for Chevron. We welcome Mr. Monday Ovwede. Good morning, sir. Roberto Daniele is the Managing Director of E&I Companies. We welcome you. We welcome the Managing Director of the Nigeria LNG, Mr. Tony Atta. We welcome you, sir. Good morning. We do also have MDs and chairmen of independent companies in the room. We'd like to recognize the presence here of the chairman of Walter Smith Group, Mr. Abdul Razak Issa. Good morning, sir. I'm sure he's here somewhere. Can we take a moment to celebrate Walter Smith Group? Give them a round of applause. Now, if you are a foreign delegate and you are not aware why I stressed that, they are gradually from 5,000 barrels marginal field operators becoming an integrated energy company with not just the E&P business, a refining business, an energy business, and gradually expanding their host community into a Dubai of some sort. They deserve a resounding applause for an indigenous company. Thank you very much. Continuing, I'd like to also recognize the presence of the Group Managing Director of APPO Group, Mr. Koronko. Good morning, sir. I see you here. Thank you very much for joining us. MDs of service companies, a lot of you in the room. I would be shooting myself in the leg if I try to recognize every one of you by name. We welcome you. Chairman and presidents of international industry associations. I speak of the chairman of PETAN, the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. I haven't seen him this morning, but we recognize PETAN members here. Recognize members of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, N.I.P.S. We recognize the presence of the Society of Petroleum Engineers. I have seen Engineer Kiyomi here somewhere this morning, the chairman of SPE Nigerian Council. Good morning, sir. Good morning. And of course, the president of Oil and Gas Trainers Association, Octon, the president of the Nigerian Energy Economists, the president, the chairman of PCTS, and of course, the presidents of Pengason and Nupeng. Can we please give them all a round of applause? Thank you very much. Our sponsors, you know, without you, we will not be having this event today. When I walked into this room, my lectern was not here. I insisted that it be here positioned so that we will at every point in time see the logos of our sponsors. We appreciate you. I will take a moment to recognize all of these companies by name, but for coming out and signing those checks behind this event as the first major event post-COVID, you truly deserve commendation, applause, and award. Let's give you the award of a round of applause now, please, for our sponsors. Our speakers, beginning today through to Thursday, we thank all of you for accepting to share your wisdom, your insight, to profile solutions, highlight challenges. We thank all of you. We appreciate you for the acceptance to speak to us, with us, during the course of this event. Can we please give our speakers a resounding applause? Members of the fourth estate of the realm, you tell the story, you carry the news, and you intimate the citizens on the goings-on of our industry. Your presence is appreciated. Your work is commendable. We thank you. We thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. If I have not recognized you by name, please forgive me. Perhaps if you would give me an oil well, I will do well to recognize you next time. Anyways, just on a lighter note, my sincere apologies if I've missed it on anyone, but be rest assured, throughout the course of the week, you get to meet especially our speakers by name, and at that time, I will do justice with it. Let me also recognize the representative of the Director of the Department of State Services, Funke Emos, MNI. Thank you, ma'am. She's here in the room somewhere. We welcome you. Now, good day. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Minister of Environment, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar. Honorable Minister, good morning, sir, and welcome. I'd like to also recognize the Honorable Minister of FCT, Mohammed Musa Bello, represented by the PS of FCTA, Adeshola Olushade. Olushade, good morning and welcome. Thank you for joining us. We are also joined by the representative of the Honorable Minister of Police Affairs, Harande Mahe. Harande Mahe, thank you so much for being with us. The Director General of the Standard Organization of Nigeria is with us this morning. Honorable Ozi Raji, welcome. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce that correctly. But thank you all and welcome. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I've seen them in the green room. Once they come into the hall, I will commence the event proper. But as I await their arrival, recently I had the privilege of mastering an event somewhere in Latin America, the beauty of technology. You sit in the comfort of your home and you connect to the rest of the world, right? And this is a country just only discovering oil and gas and making quite commendable plans. The cameraman has just brought to my attention someone whom deserves a mention for being here today and for her effort in coordinating some of the members of the diplomatic corps and her commitment to the growth of women internationally and within the Gulf region. I want to recognize the Chief Executive Officer of TCL Group of Factories and Companies out of Egypt, Dr. Hoda Yassa. Dr. Yassa, good morning. I saw you somewhere. Good morning, Dr. Yassa. Good morning, welcome. So we are getting ready to commence as the Honorable Minister of State joins us. Okay, give me background music. Welcome His Excellency, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan. Your Excellency, you're welcome. While we're standing, we also welcome the Honorable Speaker. Can we now please take the national anthem to formally commence this event? God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We may be seated. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we welcome His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, represented by the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, His Excellency Chief N.I.P.S Silva. We welcome His Excellency, the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, and members of the National Assembly here present, of the Senate here present. We welcome the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. We welcome all members of the House of Representatives here present. We welcome the representatives of governors of state, Dr. Honorable Oyiwa, representing the Governor of Benue State. We welcome Dr. Obunaya Onu, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. We welcome Architect Olamilekan Adegbite, the Honorable Minister of Mines and Steel. We welcome the Honorable Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs. We welcome the Honorable Minister of State Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Katagum. We welcome the Ministers of Petroleum and Hydrocarbon from across Africa, His Excellency Vincent Paul Masasa, Hydrocarbon Ministry of Gabon. Welcome Tiemako Sangare, Mines and Hydrocarbon Mali, Benjamin Kwame Ashanti, Ministry of Energy in Ghana, Gabriel Mbaga Obi Anglima, the Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons, Equatorial Guinea, members of the Diplomatic Corps here present. I've recognized them earlier. I will just move on for time. We welcome the Inspector General of Police, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the heads of the ministries, agencies, the DPR, the NNPC, the NCDMB, PEF, and all other agencies of the ministry here present, managing directors of international oil companies, led of course by the chairman of the OPTS and MD of Total Energies, Mike Sangster. We welcome MDs of independent indigenous E&P companies present with us this morning. We welcome chairmen and presidents of industry-relevant associations, not forgetting presidents and secretary generals of regional and international organizations, OPEC, APPO, GECF, IEF, whom I have all recognized earlier, but for time I want to speed through sponsors of N.I.P.S 2021, distinguished speakers of N.I.P.S 2021, captains of industry, the members of the Fourth Estate of the realm, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a time we want to discuss from crisis to opportunities, new approaches to the future of our hydrocarbons, not just for Nigeria, but for across Africa and indeed the world. We commence our event with an opening remarks, and our welcome remarks. First off, I must say, give kudos to the organizing company doing this in partnership with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and all the relevant agencies. And that will be Brevity Anderson, whose Chief Executive Officer is one of us. I'd like for us to please give him a resounding applause for tenacity and dedication to this course as he comes to do his welcome address. Let's welcome Mr. James Shindy.
His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Dr. Ahmed Lawal, Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, His Excellency Chief Dr. N.I.P.S Silva, Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Federal Republic of Nigeria, all other protocols duly observed. You'd excuse me because we're running behind schedule, so all other protocols duly observed. My job this morning is very simple. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for making our time to be here with us this morning for the 4th edition of N.I.P.S. The last 18 months have been absolutely horrible for this industry we all love so much, and for every one of us in this room, because one way or the other we felt the impact of this horrible virus. But the good news is this. The good news Hello? seem to be having some technical issues.
Sound.
Apologies. So I was just saying, in the last 18 months, we've had a really horrible virus. But the good news is this: we made it. And for the fact that we're here this morning is testament to the fact that there's starting to be light at the end of the tunnel. The government's decision to move the festive day event to the very seat of power is in itself evidence that the government is saying Nigeria is open for business. I must therefore thank the leadership of the National Assembly profoundly for being very patient with all of us, the ministry, the organizers. I thank them very much for being here this morning. I must thank the Nigerian government for keeping faith with the industry, for keeping faith with us, for keeping faith with the event, and for allowing us as Beverly Anderson to continue to be of service to deliver this world-class event. And so over the next few days, we'll hear from several speakers, experts in their fields, and it is my hope that this event marks the start of the journey to getting things back to some form of normalcy. I'd like to thank again, from the bottom of my heart, the leadership of the National Assembly for the patience with us. I thank the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, His Excellency Minister Dr. Silva, the PS, and everybody who's worked to make this event possible. And publicly, I'd like to thank my team and everybody who's worked behind the scene to make this event possible. I'd like to thank also our partners and our sponsors. Without them, we would not be here this morning. On that note, I say thank you all very much, and I wish you all a very lovely conference. God bless us all. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. James Shindy. James Shindy is the Chief Executive Officer of Brevity Anderson. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving on from James Shindy, I'd like to now welcome the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, whom I consider the captain of the organizing committee for this event. Let's welcome Mr. Bitrus Nabasu for his own remarks.
Your Excellency, President Muhammad Buhari, GCF, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by my boss, the Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Chief Dr. N.I.P.S Silva, the President of the Senate, Dr. Ahmad Lawal, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Wajamiela, members of the National Assembly here present, honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, visiting ministers of hydrocarbon, permanent secretaries of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, heads of agencies under the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Secretary Generals of international organizations, captains of industries, heads of security agencies, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to the 4th Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, an African petroleum technology and business conference with the theme From Crisis to Opportunities, New Approaches to the Future of Hydrocarbons. Indeed, the coronavirus pandemic has dealt a harsh blow on global economies. The oil and gas sector, which is a major stay of many economies, Nigeria's inclusive, is the worst hit. However, What has been known of humanity is the ability to evolve through the hard and harsh conditions and possibly invent something new. As it is said, tough times don't last, but tough people do. And I count Nigeria as a country that is consisting of tough people. The global pandemic has pushed us in the oil and gas sector to persevere, and through innovative thinking and actions, created new mechanisms towards sustaining the global oil and gas sector amidst a very trying time. This for us in Nigeria birthed the Decade of Gas initiative of the federal government as a means of diverting from premium motor spirit, PMS, with its resultant environmental concerns, to the use of a cleaner energy. Even though this is not a dream that can be achieved in a day, the commitment of Mr. President, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, and our amiable Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Dr. N.I.P.S. Silva, has given us the confidence that this can, however, be achieved as the signs have started to show. The Decade of Gas was the central theme of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit pre-conference that took place on 29th March 2021 here in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It is on such premise of the need for cooperation and collaboration among African countries and the developed world, especially in trying times such as these, that such event as the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit holds. It is therefore my hope that as the deliberations commences with exhibitions of new technologies, post-pandemic session will be a season of abundance and bliss and for our countries and our people. I therefore call on all participants, speakers, and discussants at this important program to ensure that the presentations and discussions that will ensue ultimately galvanize the oil and gas sector and create a better world post-COVID-19. I want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for his approval and support toward the hosting of this event. Your presence here today shows the importance you place on this program and your commitment to the mandate you set out for the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and indeed the entire oil and gas sector, which is to ensure steady and sufficient energy supply, as well as take millions of Nigerians out of poverty within the shortest possible time. The Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, my boss, has been on the driver's seat piloting the affairs of this sector. I thank you for providing exemplary leadership. To all the heads of agencies and sister ministries, your collaboration has been immeasurable and worth appreciating. I want to thank you all. On this note, I welcome everyone to the 4th Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, the African Petroleum Technology and Business Conference, and wish you a happy celebration. Thank you for coming. Stay safe by observing the COVID-19 protocol as the virus is still out there. Thank you and God bless us.
Thank you very much, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Mr. Bitrus Nabasu. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on swiftly to our next segment of the opening ceremony, which is the Goodwill messages. And first off, in our Goodwill messages, we're going over to Congo, but this time it's an expert in Congo, one of our own who is sitting in Congo as the Secretary General of our African Petroleum Producers Organization. Please let's welcome Dr. Umar Farouk Ibrahim for his own Goodwill message. Sound.
Your Excellency, Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief, Minister of Petroleum Resources of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and special guest of honor at the 4th Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, N.I.P.S, represented by His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and Chief Host of the 4th Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, Your Excellency Ahmed Lawal, President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, Right Honorable Femi Gbadamiala, Speaker, House of Representatives, Ministers of the Federal Republic, Ministers of APPO, Your Excellency Vincent Paul Masasa, my immediate past boss, geologist Mele Kolokiari, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've been requested to give a goodwill message from the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, to the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit taking place this week in Abuja. And I should like to begin with a personal confession. I get excited extremely excited and happy each year during N.I.P.S since it was first inaugurated. I get excited because from the maiden edition in 2018, N.I.P.S has continued to record successes in 2018, 2019, 2020, and hopefully, we are sure, this year. Why the excitement? Am I a stakeholder in N.I.P.S? Do I have a share in Brevity Anderson? Or do I still work in the office of the Minister of Petroleum Resources? No. I'm excited because I see in the success of N.I.P.S the reward for confidence, for commitment, and for trust. I see in the success of N.I.P.S the gradual realization of Nigeria's and indeed Africa's dream for the oil and gas industry. And what do I mean? Before 2016, Nigerians and indeed many APPO countries, oil and gas operators and policymakers trooped in their hundreds every year to the Offshore Technology Conference in Houston, Texas. Tens of millions of US dollars are spent each year on travels, on Estacode, and exhibitions by Nigerian and other African countries' oil industry players. The then Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Dr. Emmanuel Ibekachukwu, was one of the hundreds of Nigerians that attended the 2016 OTC. On his return, he called a meeting of his immediate aides and told us, I was then working as advisor to the minister, that that was the last OTC that Nigerian government and its agencies would sponsor. He wanted an OTC, and he wanted an African OTC, and that potential investors in the African oil and gas industry should come to Africa to discuss deals, not in Houston. He said that he wanted a firm that could organize a truly international event that could attract other African countries and discourage them from going to Houston. It was agreed that even though there were lots of oil and gas conferences being organized in Nigeria at that time, it would not send a powerful signal if any of the existing firms was drafted to produce the event. At the same time, government was not prepared to put money into the project. When Brevity Anderson, among others, bid for the rights to produce the events, not many in the ministry nor its parastatals were confident that without government's financial support, they could organize a successful event. But the very first N.I.P.S was a resounding success. That success was followed by the second, the third, and now the fourth. You can therefore see why I'm always happy with the success of N.I.P.S, as it is a manifestation of the trust that Brevity Anderson reposed in Nigeria and indeed in Africa, and our dreams from the very beginning. I cannot but also commend His Excellency Timipre Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, and Kachuku's successor, for taking the bold decision from the very beginning of his term in office to evaluate all projects he met on the ground and resolved to continue with those he was convinced needed to be continued. N.I.P.S was one of the many projects he resolved to continue. Thank you, Minister Silva, and thank you, Messias Anderson. Now, speaking for APPO, I would like to commend member country Nigeria for the leadership role it has played in the continent's oil and gas industry. Only last week, Nigeria hosted the first Africa Local Content Roundtable, where a number of APPO member countries participated, expressing their great concern about the future of the industry in Africa, especially in the light of the global aggressive pursuit of energy transition. It is therefore gratifying to note that most of the concerns expressed by participants at the roundtable are topics of the various sessions at N.I.P.S 21. Given the enormous constraints that COVID-19 has introduced to the global economy, and especially the oil and gas industry, and the determination of the developed world to fast-track the energy transition train, it is important that the organizers of N.I.P.S keep being innovative in order to be able to continue to attract huge patronage from key industry stakeholders. And one way to be innovative is to strive to be more focused by admitting that N.I.P.S cannot cover all there is to cover about the industry globally. Rather, greater focus should be on examining the challenges of the industry on the African continent and proffering solutions to them. That way, it shall succeed in creating a niche for itself as the must-attend summit for the latest pulse of the continent's oil and gas industry key players and policy makers. APPO is most pleased with the support that its member countries have been giving to N.I.P.S, evidenced in the physical and virtual attendance of its ministers and senior representatives at all N.I.P.S from inception. Thank you for your support, Excellencies. I should also like to thank the organizers of N.I.P.S for the opportunity to deliver this goodwill message. I wish participants very fruitful deliberations, and to His Excellency, Mr. President, APPO thanks you for your continuous support and that of your government. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization. Moving on from him, we go over now to our next goodwill message. This time we are taking it virtually. But before I bring up that virtual speaker, I want to appreciate the virtual presence of the governors of OPEC and some other APPO minister members who are joining us online. We thank all of you for finding time excuse me, to join us virtually. So we're continuing now to our goodwill message as I welcome the Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum, His Excellency Dr. Yuri Centurion, joining us virtually. Can we take Dr. Centurion? Go ahead, please. I can't hear him. technical hitches. Can I move on that out?
Invited to the 4th Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, a well-established platform of the GECF esteemed member country Nigeria to engage with local, regional, and global communities and promote domestic and gas potentials. My particular appreciation goes to His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, as well as His Excellency Timipres Silva, Minister of State for Energy Affairs. They have been our long-standing partners, and having worked closely with them, I can affirm that the energy sector in Nigeria is currently witnessing a golden era of sustainable growth under their wise and prudent leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2020 is a great example of a corner case which refers to unusual behaviors that occur in complex systems when faced with a sudden change. By stress testing governments, people, media, manufacturing, COVID-19 exposed the fragility of the global systems. As the world remains besieged by doubts, there are few examples that shine positively. Nigeria is one of such cases. While the world was grappling with challenges on a number of fronts, the Nigerian government announced the go-ahead for the LNG Train 7. This $10 billion project will add to the strength of Africa's largest LNG exporter. It will, of course, create thousands of new jobs for the world's 7th and Africa's most populous nation. The energy policymakers of Nigeria have also unveiled the 614 kilometers long Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kana pipeline at a cost of $2.8 billion to connect the eastern, western, and northern regions of this vast country. In March 2021, I had the chance to join the official launch of the Nigerian Decade of Gas initiative. I echo His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari's vision to transform Nigeria into a gas-based economy by 2030. As part of this vision, the government aims to fully utilize the enormous gas resources in the country to drive industrialization and uplift the economy. The GECF Gas Exporting Countries Forum is proud that one of its founding members has placed natural gas at the center of its economic revitalization. We hope that others will emulate Nigeria's example, especially in the context of economic recovery. The voices in support of natural gas's role in global economic stimulation are rising. Last month, the European Union's landmark rules to classify green investments began the consideration of natural gas. This is no surprise. Natural gas can help reduce emissions. The move away from investment in upstream gas resources can substantially affect the security of supply and prevent countries from accessing competitive and clean energy sources, such as natural gas, which is compatible with sustainable development. According to the latest available figures from the flagship GECF Gas Outlook 2050, which is driven by our in-house developed global gas model and its powerful digitalized toolkit, among other, natural gas will become the leading source in the global energy mix by mid-century, increasing its share from 23% today to 28% by 2050. The GECF is convinced that natural gas as an abundant, affordable, and clean hydrocarbon source has a vital role in the energy transition, while simultaneously supporting progress on several sustainable development dimensions, including the guardianship of ecosystems, human health, and economy. I am sure that the energy world will look keenly towards Nigeria as it develops its gas industry for the future. I believe the Nigerian success will inspire development of the industry elsewhere in Africa, which enjoys a particular focus at the GECF. The 2019 Malabo Declaration, at the outcome of the 5th GECF Summit of Heads of State and Government held in Equatorial Guinea, crystallizes this ambition of our member countries very clearly by stating that promote the GECF cooperation with African countries to use gas as the core source of energy in their development programs and climate change policies, with the aim to overcome energy poverty, enhance development, and to mitigate carbon dioxide emissions. Thank you ever so much for your attention, and God bless you.
Thank you. And God bless you too, Dr. Yuri Centurion. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next Goodwill, and this time from the International Energy Forum, we welcome its Secretary General, His Excellency Joseph McMonigal. Can we take Mr. McMonigal? Okay, so we're moving on swiftly now to a physical presentation. I'm told we had technical issues with that one. We're moving on now to a physical presentation as I welcome the Chairman of Oil Producers Trade Section and the Managing Director of Total Energies Nigeria for his Goodwill. Welcome, Mr. Mike Sangster.
His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our host for this event, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum, the Senate President, Speaker of the House, all ministers present here today, all champions of industry, all distinguished guests, please allow me to stand on the established protocol. So on behalf of the oil producers section of the Labour Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister, for the opportunity to be part of the 4th Nigerian International Petroleum Summit. I would also like to use this opportunity to congratulate the Minister for the past successful summits, which I think have been a platform for highlighting the strong capabilities of the industry here in Nigeria and the investment opportunities which are available. Now, the theme of this year's summit, as we have already heard, is from crisis to opportunities, new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons. And I'm sure we can all agree this really resonates, I think, with everyone in the room today after a year full of all sorts of turmoil, both professional and personal. Now, some of these crises that we have experienced, I think, really based on short-term issues. Obviously, the oil price war at the beginning of last year, then, of course, the pandemic had some issues on oil demand and the disruption of the sector as a whole and the whole value chain. But I think as the world progressively starts to mitigate the impact of the pandemic, and I think today is a really good example of what can be done. We are starting to see signs, of a resurgence of global economic growth. And I think this will present Nigeria, with new opportunities, to develop what we all know is very, very large or abundant natural resources. Now, 2020 also saw momentum towards the energy transition. And we saw some global reduction in demand for fossil fuels. And I think one thing I think is clear to me is that this trend will continue. So I think this summit really is a perfect opportunity for all the key actors, government, regulators, national companies, private companies, and all the suppliers to the industry to work together to ensure that Nigeria is competitive and in the international landscape and as an attractive destination for investment. It's our hope, and indeed it's our expectation, that this summit will help to identify and proffer solutions towards ensuring the sustained development of Nigeria's resources, particularly gas. And this is the decade of gas, after all. And I think this would consequently boost investor confidence and attract investment to grow the industry for the benefit of all stakeholders and all Nigerians. So in all this, OPTS remains committed as a trusted partner of the government and all stakeholders in the industry to move the industry forwards. So I'd like to wish you all very fruitful discussions over the next few days, and I look forward to engaging with you all personally, constructively, to find solutions to all these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mike Sangster, Chairman, Oil Producers Trade Section. Continuing, we will take another live Goodwill message. At this time, I'm moving on to the towers as I welcome the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Mr. Mele Kiari. Let's welcome him, please.
Mr. President, ably represented, distinguished Senate President, distinguished Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers present, very many other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, too many for me to mention, so I'll save your time, and to express my profound gratitude to be allowed to say a few words in this occasion and to welcome all of us. NNPC being one of the major contributors to hosting this event. We're happy to see this event happen today for two reasons. One is that physical meetings of this nature have become very rare, and I know that the industry is looking forward to gathering of this nature so that we can interact, we can move the industry forward, and also deliver value to our shareholders. Honorable Minister of State of Petroleum Resources, I'd like to congratulate you for making this work. We know that this is very, very expedient at this time, and also the very fact that this engagement in the past has produced enormous resources. Two reminders for me to mention. My colleague Mike and the Permanent Secretary have said a few words around this. We know that there are crises in the industry today. Definitely, the team of this conference cannot be better than anyone else can imagine to say that from crisis to opportunity, new approach to the future of oil. We are aware of all of the energy transition issues that are going on across the globe. We also know the challenges that the COVID-19 has thrown at the industry and on the entire globe. And the end result is that there is depression in demand. People's choices have changed. Many things will never come back to the normal that we know. And ultimately, it will affect our business. And for us locally here, we know we have challenges around fiscal stability. So much is going on today. Distinguished Senate President, the Right Honorable Speaker are here, and the Honorable Minister. There's effort going on to make sure that the petroleum industry bill comes into play. At the back of this, there are concerted engagements in the industry with our partners, leading to even the closure of some of very difficult engagements that has become a matter of litigation between us and our partners. And we're very proud that one of such has been concluded, and it has opened a road to many, many other understanding and agreement that we can meet with our partners. Of course, we also are aware that cost is everything in the future. The crisis has thrown up the fact that only the best of producers will survive, and therefore cost control becomes a major issue for the industry. Everybody is aware of this, and the industry and we and our partners are working together to make sure that this works for all of us. And of course, I know this conference will bring out the very fact that funding is a major issue in the industry today, for two reasons. One, there are paucity of resources across the globe. And secondly, there's overall reluctance by investing companies or banking authorities to even put money into fossil fuel-related businesses. This is what we have to live with, what we have to contend. But obviously, the best of the businesses that will survive are the ones that try to transit into much more climate-friendly businesses. And lastly, of course, security is a major issue for us in our business today. There are concerted efforts across the industry in the Niger Delta area and all other locations to make sure that we contend the issues of security around our assets. We are aware that the significant work has been done. The level of security issues has clearly diminished, but there's still work to be done. And of course, that means much more needs to be done by all of us. And we are very proud that the work that the federal government is doing today is yielding results. And every reaction that is necessary to make sure that this works for our country is very, very welcome by the industry, and we are completely aligned with this, with the help and support of the Honorable Minister. Lastly, to combat this crisis to advantage, this industry must work together to look at advantages that are inherent in the transition that we're going through. Every company must try to be an energy company and not necessarily an oil and gas company. That's what everybody is doing, and this is what we're also doing in the NNPC to make sure that we transform from what we are today to an energy company. And to do this, you must automate, you must reduce your costs, you must be more efficient, and also you must be more collaborative in our approaches, and this is paying off for us. And of course, ultimately, this crisis, as it is today, as we face in the industry, is surely an opportunity for us to do many things differently, and particularly more so in our country today, where the enormous gas resources can be converted to value, and we can join the journey for blue and green hydrogen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that as we go ahead, this conference will add more value to this conversation, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Group Managing Director of the NNPC. Moving on to the opening keynote, we move over now to OPEC's headquarters in Austria, as I welcome His Excellency Mohammad Sanusi Bakindo, Secretary General of OPEC, for N.I.P.S 2021 opening keynote.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute privilege for me to address the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit. OPEC has been extremely proud to support this summit since its first iteration in 2018. Unfortunately, the OPEC Secretariat team cannot attend in person due to the current travel restrictions, but we are in Abuja in heart and in spirit. Mr. President, in just over a month's time, we will commemorate a transformative date for OPEC and Nigeria, the 50th anniversary of Nigeria's membership of our organization. Over the last 5 decades, the unique relationship between OPEC and Nigeria has had a multitude of positive consequences for both parties. The intertwining destinies of OPEC and Nigeria predates membership. On 14 September 1960, OPEC was founded on the shores of the River Tigris in Baghdad, Iraq. 2 weeks later, on 1st October 1960, Nigeria joined the Fraternity of Independent Nations. Many giants of Nigerian public service have been responsible for the successful membership and are addressing this summit today. It is an honor to share this platform with His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. President, the OPEC family knows the depth of gratitude we owe you for the pivotal role you played in the Declaration of Cooperation process. The Declaration of Cooperation constitutes an unprecedented milestone in the history of OPEC. For this first time ever, OPEC coordinated with 10 non-OPEC oil-producing countries, led by the Russian Federation, in a concerted effort to accelerate the stabilization of the global oil market. Mr. President, you have consistently shown your impeccable credentials as a bastion of the principles underpinning international relations, respect for all nations, fulfilling responsibilities, transparency, and fairness. Your tenure as president has coincided with 2 externally caused recessions. When you were first elected in 2015, Nigeria was in the midst of a recession caused by the plummeting oil prices. All energy-dependent developing economies like ours were affected by this oil cycle downturn. From 2014 to 2016, world oil supply growth outpaced that of demand, with world oil supply growing by 5.8 million barrels a day, while world oil demand increased by 4.3 million barrels a day. By July 2016, OECD commercial stock overhang reached a record high of about 403 million barrels over the 5-year average. The OPEC reference basket price fell by an extraordinary 80% between June 2014 and January 2016. Some crude oil benchmarks fell below $10 a barrel. Mr. President, investments were also chalked off, with exploration and production spending falling by an enormous 25% in both 2015 and 2016, a fall amounting to above 300 billion US dollars. There was significant job losses across the industry, as well as increasing financial and operational stresses for many companies. In fact, a record number of companies in our industry filed for bankruptcy. In terms of foregone revenues to OPEC member countries, during this oil cycle, collectively, about $1 trillion US dollars was lost as a consequence of the plunge in prices in 2015 and 2016. No member country of OPEC was insulated from such a contraction in oil revenues during this market cycle. This had a severe impact on the resources available to the government to pursue its laudable development programs. Similarly, Mr. President, the 2021 recession was also caused by extraneous factors far beyond Nigeria's borders. The devastating spread of COVID-19 severely impacted global oil demand, and again, developing economies were exposed. As the world economy contracted by 3.5% year-on-year in 2020, global oil demand declined by 9.5 million barrels a day. During the month of April 2020, oil demand dropped by a staggering 22 million barrels a day. And yet, Mr. President, and your government bravely rose to both of these great challenges, deploying exemplary managerial skills, acumen, and extraordinary prudence by diverting resources to the most productive sectors of the economy. The government was able to revive growth. Nigeria speedily exited recession and returned to the path of growth. The government organized virus containment measures, campaigns to sensitize the population to the devastating impacts of the pandemic, and promptly provided much-needed economic stimulus. This proactive response protected the economy from a more severe contraction. The government should be applauded for its quick and robust actions. When President Muhammadu Buhari assumed office, he swore an oath to discharge his duties in the interest of Nigeria's sovereignty, integrity, and solidarity. The President has the sacred duty and responsibility to act in the interest of the unity and security of our nation and peoples. I commend the President for being faithful to his oath of office, especially in the face of glaring threats to our security. Violent attacks on our men and women in uniform are reprehensible and should be condemned by all and sundry in the strongest terms possible. I urge all my fellow compatriots to join hands to support all levels of government to promote the cause of unity, peace, and stability of our great country, Nigeria. Mr. President, there simply has never been anything like the COVID-19 pandemic in modern memory. Daily life has been transformed by the necessary lockdowns initiated by governments across the world, as well as the widespread travel restrictions and the business and industry shutdowns. No nation or sector of the global economy has been spared. By the end of March 2020, the world seemed a different planet to what it had been at the beginning of that month. First and foremost, the COVID-19 pandemic is a human tragedy. Almost 180 million people have been sickened by the virus. Over 3.7 million precious lives have perished, and millions of livelihoods have been destroyed. No region or sector has been spared. As the International Labour Organization has shown, labor markets around the world were disrupted in 2020 on a historically unprecedented scale. According to the ILO, estimates 8.8% of global working hours were lost relative to the fourth quarter of 2019, equivalent to a staggering 255 million full-time jobs. Ominously, working hour losses in 2020 were approximately 4 times greater than during the global financial crisis in 2009. The most challenging period in this most challenging of years was April 2020. Mr. President, in OPEC, we were stunned by things happening that we never imagined possible. On 20th of April 2020, the West Texas Intermediate crude went negative for the first time in history, with prices plummeting to minus $37 a barrel. Sellers, Mr. President, were paying buyers to lift their crude on that fateful day. In response to this unprecedented situation, OPEC knew it had to act. Thankfully, we did not need to reinvent the wheel. We turned to the mechanism, the framework that had helped us emerge out of the 2015-2016 oil market downturn, the Declaration of Cooperation between OPEC and non-OPEC producing countries. It was an effort to move from crisis to opportunity. Participating countries have taken proactive and preemptive action to help reduce volatility, stabilize the oil market, and provide a flexible platform for recovery with potentially broader participation in the coming years. This was evidently on display, Mr. President, at the 9th and 10th extraordinary meetings of the OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meetings on the 9th and 12th of April 2020, respectively. At these seminal meetings, it was agreed to adjust downwards overall crude oil production by 9.7 million barrels a day starting in May and June 2020. From 1st of July 2020 to 31st December 2020 by 7.7 million barrels a day, and from 1st of January 2021 to 30th of April 2022 by another 5.8 million barrels a day. This is the largest ever production adjustments by the Declaration of Cooperation participants, the largest in the history of OPEC, and the largest in the history of the oil industry. These industry-saving measures were commended by a broad range of stakeholders, including the G20 under the presidency of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Participating countries have subsequently reviewed these decisions on a monthly basis to proactively anticipate market developments and improve the core principles upon which our enterprise was founded, namely transparency, equity, and fairness. High conformity levels with these production adjustments have been testimony to the depth of our commitment. In total, Mr. President, we held the ministerial meetings 9 times in 2020, and so far 5 times in 2021. After the unprecedented turmoil of last year, in recent months we have seen relative stability in the oil market. The market has continued to react positively to the decisions we took, including the upward adjustments of production levels beginning in May this year. Overall conformity to the production adjustments was 114% in April 2021, reinforcing the trend of high conformity by the participating countries. Mr. President, the global economy, oil market fundamentals, and the oil demand outlook have all been encouraged by positive news of vaccine rollouts and the continuing massive fiscal stimulus that is driving the economic rebound. OPEC has revised its economic global outlook forecast up to 5.5% for 2021, and the oil demand growth forecast remains at 6 million barrels a day. It should be borne in mind that the majority of this demand is backloaded to the second half of 2021. A backwardation structure remains in all major crude oil benchmarks. Additionally, we saw a drawdown of 6.9 million barrels month on month in OECD commercial oil stock inventories in April. This is 160 million barrels lower than the same time 1 year ago, and 34 million barrels above the 2015-2019 average. We expect to see further drawdowns in the months ahead. Despite the positives, Mr. President, it is clear that uncertainties remain, such as the continuing high number of COVID-19 cases in some parts of the world, the uneven vaccine rollout, particularly when looking at the developed versus the developing world, virus mutations, an orderly and transparent return of supplies to the global market, inflationary pressures, and central bank responses. Mr. President, over the last 20 months, OPEC has upgraded its volatility fighting toolkit. Our monthly meetings and partnership with non-OPEC producing countries under the Declaration of Cooperation have enabled us to improve both the nimbleness and comprehensiveness of our responses to oil market stability. Allow me to conclude by assuring Mr. President and all stakeholders in the energy industry that we are determined to build on the progress achieved thus far and do what we can to continue to contribute to stability in the oil market on a sustainable basis in the interest of all producers, all consumers, and the global economy. Mr. President, on behalf of OPEC, we wish you long life, good health, many years of service to our great country, to OPEC and the international community. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish us all a very successful summit.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Bakindo, Secretary General of OPEC. There onwards we go now to Ministerial Address as I welcome the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources for his own address, His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, represented, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Senate, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Minister Masasa of Gabon and other ministers from outside Nigeria that are here, honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, honorable ministers of state, federal permanent secretaries, chief executives of national and foreign oil companies, especially the chairman of the OPTS, delegates, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me just start by saying that, speaking in human terms, N.I.P.S was lucky last year. It was lucky because it was one of the very few events, oil and gas events, that held physically last year before the lockdowns across the world. This year, and from last year, the oil and gas industry, speaking in human terms, has been physically challenged because we couldn't hold any physical event for a long time. But today we are happy that at least some of us are here physically. You are all welcome. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and its parastatals, I warmly welcome you to the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. When this summit was conceived by this administration in 2016, there was no pretense about the objective. It was conceived to be the preeminent oil and gas industry event. 3 editions down the line, and now the 4th one, I can boldly say that Nigeria International Petroleum Summit has truly attained its objective. The credit for this goes to Mr. President, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, for his leadership, steadfastness, and unalloyed support towards ensuring that the country's oil and gas industry, which lays the golden egg, is on sound footing. Thank you, Mr. President. This year's N.I.P.S comes on the eve of the award of new marginal field licenses after several failed attempts over the past 20 years. I am personally delighted. This is because getting this new set of marginal fields off the ground is definitely a stepping stone towards achieving the country's aspiration, meeting the target of 4 million barrels per day crude oil production and 40 billion barrels of proven reserves. I have no doubt that the country is now on the right path to achieve that dream. This year's theme is From Crisis to Opportunities, New Approaches to the Future of Hydrocarbons. It is true that the industry has been overwhelmed by unprecedented crisis as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is also true that the crisis heralded volatile challenges, uncertainties, low oil prices, and financial impacts that led to downsizing and bankruptcy in some instances. But I want to focus on the brighter side. That is why, for me, the meat of this year's theme is the new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons. The scenarios being projected by some experts is that energy transition and winning the world of fossil fuel will make the world a better place. I believe so too, but I do not see that happening overnight. Hydrocarbons have provided the majority of the world's energy for centuries, and that fact is not going to change all of a sudden. I am yet to see that disruptive technology that has great flexibility, affordability, and applicability to replace oil and gas immediately. However, Nigeria is on track in moving its economy to cleaner energy sources in the area of renewables. Gas currently serving as the bridge to achieving that. Ladies and gentlemen, with increasing oil price volatility and increased pressure for cost reduction, our industry needs to reinvent itself so that we can fully utilize the dividends to set the country on the path to industrialization and prosperity. That is why this summit is focusing on new approaches. For me, the new approach is collaboration. That is the paradigm shift I want to focus on at this summit. I know that collaboration has been a buzzword in the oil and gas industry for years, but the industry has equally paid lip service to it. With the new set of marginal field licenses on the scene, there is no better time to shift the mindset but now. I say this because at this time of unprecedented crisis occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, there is no better strategy to achieve success for these new marginal fields, especially for the cluster of contiguous fields. I understand the increased competition, low levels of trust are all barriers to collaboration, but at the same time, there is no better way to deal with the increased risk and global market instability we face at this time than joint efforts to achieve our set goals. The industry needs to overcome the strategy of working in silos and embrace collaboration and knowledge sharing. We need to fully entrench that culture of collaboration by working together, sharing knowledge and expertise, pooling talent and resources among teams, industry peers, and MDAs at all levels. That is a sure way the industry can decrease waste, improve efficiency, and lower its break-even costs for the industry's survival and chart its eventual return to sustainable profitability. Therefore, as industry leaders, the time to embrace the culture of collaboration is now. At the global level, Nigeria has been playing prominent roles to ensure the stability of oil market. In this regard, it is worth noting that Nigeria will be celebrating, just like the Secretary General of OPEC just told us, will be celebrating 50 years of membership of OPEC in July this year, having joined the organization in 1971. These 5 decades of relationship with the OPEC has been beneficial to the country, as well as to all stakeholders in the oil industry. And it is a thing of pride that Nigeria has been able to contribute its quota to the sustenance and survival of the oil industry. I cannot end this short speech without thanking my team from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the departments and agencies within the ministry who are joint hosts of this summit. A special mention goes to the Brevity Anderson Consortium for their professionalism, diligence, and marked excellence in putting together this world-class industry event again. To all the delegates and exhibitors, I expect a free flow of information and frank exchanges of ideas which will be truly effective in enabling us to improve our knowledge and the state of our industry. Once again, I welcome you all to N.I.P.S 2021 and wish all of us fruitful deliberations and exhibitions. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva, Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources. From that, his ministerial address would move on now to the first of 2 what I would call oversight addresses at this event. One from our guest of honor and the other one from his colleague. I like to now welcome the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, Speaker, House of Representatives, for his address at this opening ceremony. Let's please welcome the Right Honorable Gbajabiamila.
Thank you very much. This is going to be very quick and short so that we can get to the meat of what this conference is about. His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic, the Senate President, honorable ministers, honorable guests, let me crave your indulgence as I stand on the already established protocol. I'm glad to be here today to say a word or two on the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. The array of guests here today speaks volumes to the importance of why we're here today. The Honorable Minister of State just alluded to the fact that, and I must agree with him to an extent, he looked at it from the long-term perspective that we're here, the oil is here with us to stay for some time to come. However, I have a slight departure. I think we must first agree on the nature of oil itself, that it is finite. It's not infinite. It is finite. And the earlier we begin to plan and understand the fact that it is finite, and the earlier we begin to plan, the better for us as a country. There is need at this time to maximize the output and to make hay while the sun shines. Otherwise, that time, which we see as being far away, will come upon us before we know it, and we'll be caught pants down. It is the finite nature of oil. That is why today, perhaps the most fashionable two words in that industry is renewable energy, because that is infinite. And that brings me to the role of the legislature. I'm not an expert in the industry. I know very little compared to most of you that are seated here today. However, what I do know is that for you to succeed, for that industry to grow, the legislature plays a very important role in providing the framework for its growth. And what is that framework? As of today, the framework that we know, and that is a bill that is at the tongue of everybody in Nigeria today, that is the PIB, Petroleum Industry Bill. The Petroleum Industry Bill has been long coming, and it's been almost 20 years now. We never got it right. And we are determined on the National Assembly to get it right this time around. We have imposed a self-imposed date. I remember clearly saying some time ago that we should have it out of the House by the end of April. Now, we have gone beyond that. But I believe, and we believe in the National Assembly, that no matter the pressure, anything worth doing is worth doing well. It is better to tarry on the side of caution and get it right. Something that has been long coming that we haven't been able to get right for 20 years. If we want to get it right, we must not sacrifice the experience of time on the altar of time. I believe that there are diverse and competing interests. Many have approached me as a speaker, various interests. And I believe those interests must be put together, side by side. Nobody's trying to drive anybody out of business. That is not our job. We're expected to encourage business, whether foreign, whether local, or community-based. But we juggle as these competing interests juggle and try to elbow each other out. It is the role of the National Assembly to look for a balancing act, bearing in mind that the most important interest for us is the national interest. And it is that national interest that we have that we will look at while considering other interests, competing interests, to strike what I think is a very delicate balance in this industry. I want to thank the organizers of this very ethical event, the fourth one, I believe, for having the thoughtfulness, understanding the importance of the industry to our economy. I heard the anecdote by the first speaker about how this started and how our last, I believe it was the minister or the group managing director, I can't remember, did say that no more OTC. He wanted the African OTC. Well, here we are, the African OTC, and I wish you well. I wish all our participants well. I wish us fruitful deliberations, and I believe that the outcome, hopefully the outcome of this 2 or 3 day event will be to the benefit of the industry and to the benefit of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, Speaker, Federal House of Representatives. Moving onwards from him, we go over now to the Chairman of the National Assembly and President of the Nigerian Senate. Welcome, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, for his own remarks.
His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, represented by the Minister of State, Federal Minister of Petroleum Resources, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, very distinguished and honored members of the National Assembly present, honorable ministers, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me thank the organizers of N.I.P.S 2021 for inviting me to be part of this very important event. I believe that this is one additional achievement by the oil industry and organizers, being the fourth of N.I.P.S since it started. I congratulate you for that. Let me also say from the onset that the National Assembly is and remains very committed to ensuring that Mr. President and the administration continues to enjoy the support of the National Assembly, the legislature, in revitalizing the country's hydrocarbon sector. In 2020, the National Assembly passed the Deep Offshore and Inland Basin Production Sharing Contract Act 2004. That was one effort between the legislature and the executive arms of government. We believe that the National Assembly has every reason to work with the executive arm of government to ensure that the oil industry in Nigeria is competitive and provides the optimum revenues to our country for the development of our nation. Today, the National Assembly and the executive arm of government are working together to ensure the passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill. Like the Honorable Speaker said, we had thought that the PIB would have been passed by May, really. But there again, you have to have a balancing act between speed and, of course, accuracy. We want to be very fair in listening to everyone, but one different approach that has been able to bring us where we are today in the Petroleum Industry Bill processing is that we have decided right from the beginning that the solo effort in 2007, 2008, by the then executive arm of government, by bringing to the National Assembly the PIB. And of course, at the end of the day, we know what happened. The National Assembly could not pass the PIB. In 2011, it was the same thing. It was a solo effort by the executive arm of government, and the National Assembly could not pass the PIB. In 2015, there was a reversal of role. The National Assembly conceived the bills. And of course, the PIB could not materialize. So in our legislative agenda for 2019 to 2023, in the 9th Senate and indeed the National Assembly, we decided that we must have a better way. Neither the solo effort of the executive nor the solo effort of the legislature could deliver the PIB. We better have a cooperative approach where the National Assembly will work with the administration to conceive the bill through very rigorous consultation, and at the end of the day, we narrow down our differences and areas of potential conflicts. And I think we have been able to achieve that significantly. The speed and the commitment the National Assembly has shown in working on the PIB and reaching where we are today shows that we have chosen the right path. As I speak, our joint committees of both the Senate and House on the PIB are about to conclude writing the report, which will be submitted to both chambers of the National Assembly. Our expectation is that we will pass the PIB within this month of June, by the grace of God. We are guided by one principle, that the hydrocarbons endowment we have in Nigeria must give Nigerians the benefit of being in Nigeria. But we are also very conscious of the fact that this is a business environment, after all. You need those companies, those businesses that are here to have a very good business environment. And therefore, we need a competitive environment that will not only retain those businesses that we have in Nigeria, but also attract businesses from other climes. And we are not unmindful of the fact that many countries have petroleum or oil these days. So we need to ensure that Nigeria's environment is competitive enough. And that is why we have allowed for so much consultation. There have been public hearings, and of course, stakeholders have made their presentations. And I want to assure you all that the final product of the PIB will be a product that will ensure a win-win situation for everyone. We also need to ensure that when you have the legal framework, the PIB in place, it doesn't simply give you what you want. We must, as an administration, continue to ensure that there is calm, that there is security, that there is stability in the Niger Delta area where the oil is produced. So far, so good. But we shouldn't take anything for granted. We have to do everything that is necessary to continue to enjoy that security and stability. The host communities need to be carried along, and we have done that during the public hearing. We have given opportunities for host communities to participate in the public hearing for the PIB, and we have taken note of what they have submitted in the public hearing. I'm sure that at the end of the day, the National Assembly will give this country the kind of illegal framework to regulate the oil industry in Nigeria in such a manner that everybody would like to come in here, put in more resources, that our companies, especially the IOCs, will be able to attract more funds to our country, to this sector, because it's going to be very, very profitable. Finally, I want to once again thank the organizers, and I wish this very important gathering a very fruitful deliberation and final decent outcome that will guide the oil industry in our continent. Thank you very much, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan. Onwards now, but before I bring up our final speech for this opening ceremony, I would quickly want to just make a short announcement that following this concluding speech for the opening ceremony, I would call for a particular photo ops. After that photo ops, we would go into the ministerial panel session. Preceding that will be the keynote from the GMD for that particular session. We're going to have it in the room here. So I would ask us to please, when I call for the photo ops, keep it to those whom I'll be inviting for the photo ops, so that we'll still keep the hall in order before we proceed to the session after the photo ops. But for now, it's time to listen to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, as represented by the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. Let's welcome, this time as President's representative, His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. This time I'm dressed in borrowed robes. Mr. President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, please excuse me for speaking after you. I'm not the one speaking, really. The Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, distinguished Senator Lawan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Gbajabiamila. Let me, at this point, stand on the protocols already established. It is with great delight that I welcome you all to the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. About 3 months ago, some of us in this gathering came together for the Decade of Gas Conference, which served as a prelude to the present event. The highly successful pre-summit event created the momentum for what we are going to experience, to witness over the next 4 days. It is therefore with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the main summit, the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. Over the past 3 editions, the summit has grown both in stature and relevance, that it has become a veritable platform for Nigeria and Africa to engage the local investment communities as well as directly market our oil and gas sector as credible business investment destination to a global audience. This administration has demonstrated an unparalleled commitment to the overhauling of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. The ambitious goal of ramping up crude oil production to at least 4 million barrels per day and building a reserve of 40 billion barrels remains sacrosanct and guiding principle to our overall outlook for the industry. Creating the conducive business environment for our hydrocarbon industry to thrive is no longer a choice. It is a necessity. The Senate President and the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives are participating in this summit, and they have given us updates on the Petroleum Industry Bill and when the National Assembly will pass this all-important industry bill. I want to briefly give my own perspective on the theme for this year's summit, from crisis to opportunities, new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons. Crisis is often an opportunity to redefine objectives and provide the pathway for rediscovery. The crisis the oil and gas industry is facing today was necessitated by COVID-19. It accelerated an unprecedented demand for disruption and a supply glut. It accelerated an unprecedented demand disruption and a supply glut that generated the crisis for the global economy in general and the oil industry in particular. Addressing this crisis has presented both challenges and opportunities. The immediate challenge is that the global agenda for energy transition has slightly taken the backseat. Governments across the world are now more focused on managing the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on economies than the quest for energy transition. However, energy transition is real. Renewable technologies are getting cheaper, and investors are increasingly conscious of environmental issues and are beginning to turn their back on hydrocarbon investments. But history has shown that human beings have insatiable appetite for energy, which renewables does not have the capacity to cope with in the foreseeable future. Experts project that about 80% of the world's energy mix in 2040 will still come from hydrocarbons. Fossil fuels will continue to be the source of dozens of petrochemicals feedstock that companies transform into versatile and valued materials for modern life. Thus, hopefully, the hydrocarbon industry will still remain a multi-trillion-dollar industry in the coming decades. For us as a country, with a vast hydrocarbon potential, that is an opportunity. How we exploit that opportunity is a matter of strategy. Developing that strategy is at the heart and the core objective why in 2016, the Federal Executive Council of this administration approved the establishment of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the fundamental outcome expected from this summit should therefore be the strategies and new approaches to the future of our hydrocarbon industry and how to return to the attractive industry performance of the pre-pandemic era. In this regard, lower cost is critical. Cost is the energy of the future. The industry needs to drive down its cost per barrel before it is exterminated by prices falling below production costs, a phenomenon we experienced at the outset of the pandemic. Given that about 80% of the global energy mix by 2040 will still be hydrocarbon, we cannot turn our back yet on more exploration. Discovery of new fields is crucial. And we also need to address short-term opportunities using existing technology that can extend the life of mature fields. Nobody should doubt our commitment in this regard, given our bold move to issue new marginal field licenses recently. I wish to commend the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the NNPC, DPR, and other relevant MDAs for their steadfastness and helping this administration build a robust hydrocarbon industry. I also wish to commend international oil companies, the indigenous oil companies, and financial institutions for their role in keeping the industry alive despite the challenges. It is therefore my privilege and honor to declare this summit open. I wish you fruitful deliberations and enjoyable stay in Abuja. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented here now by the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said before his speech, I made an appeal that I'll be calling out certain group of persons for photo ops, and I'm appealing that please we keep it to the number I will be requesting in the next few moments. Kunle, can you please direct the official event photographers to be in front of the hall now? Official event photographers. If you're not official, please remain on the corner side for now. I appreciate you for that. I need all the space I can get to do what I'm about to do. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now. For this is our traditional photo ops with some of the key sponsors of at N.I.P.S. Let me first of all very respectfully ask that the President's representative, our own minister, please step forward, sir, for these photo ops. I want you back here. Your Excellency, the Senate President, sir, please, if you can join us for these photo ops here, just the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabemila, sir, please, sir, join us. Can I request the presence of our ministers in the room, our Minister of Science and Tech, our Minister of Environment, our Minister of Mines and Steel, our Minister of State Industry, Trade, Industry and Investment. The ministers who are in the room, can you step forward? I'm coming, sir. Oh, okay, please, sir. Our foreign ministers as well, our foreign ministers, is our traditional photo ops for N.I.P.S. I'm taking it in this, please, sir, please come on, sir, please. The representative of the Ghana minister, please, if you can step forward. The minister from Gabon. Gabon, yes, he's up, yes, I was coming to him. Minister, the representative of the minister from Mali. Okay, so now that I have them here, my next is an appeal that the next group I'm going to call, I need one representative from each of these companies. One representative, I beg us, please, because of space, as you can all see. Let me begin with our national host, the NNPC. Please step forward, GMD, sir. Thank you very much. GMD, thank you very much. Yes, I need you here. Now, there's a group of women who are doing big things for businesswomen all around the Commonwealth region. I would also want them here at this time, and that is the Commonwealth Businesswomen Network. I want their vice chairman, I think she's the person here, Ngozi Oyewole. Just her, I want her to step forward, just her. Can I get the director of the DPR, the director and chief executive officer, sir, please join us. The MD of Nigeria LNG, sir, Mr. Atta, please join us. Do you know his name? The MD of Huawei, please, sir, please join us. Please join us. Of course, the chairman of OPTS and MD of Total Energy, sir, please join us. The MD of ExxonMobil, or his representative if he's here. Mr. Monday of Wedesa, I know you're in the room. The MD of OVH Energy, if you can please step forward. The chairman of Walter Smith, I know you're here in the room, sir. Mr. Sagio Kubo, sir, I know you're in the room, if you can step forward, sir. ES, NCDMB, please step forward. James Shindy. James? PS. Yes, please. PS. Please join us, PS. Mr. Nabasu, please, sir. We're good. Okay, this is one of our appreciation. So you're going to take one picture. Okay, now you can take out the marks. Okay, so please, can some of the distinguished dignitaries can some stand on the stairs so that for the photographer, you go ahead. You go ahead, please go ahead. Can some please stand on so that it's not too wide? Can some stay on the stairs? Let the tall dignitaries stay in front. The taller ones behind. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after this, we will yes, that's what I'm exactly. Thank you. I'm going. That's Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so please, we're going to do something now. We're going to break these pictures. Still remain where you are, please. For social distancing, let's just break the picture now. Let's break it. I want to take in 10s. Photographer, take the first 10. Let's break the picture. Distinguished Senate Presidents, are we good? Let's just take the picture. Take some more pictures there. Okay, we're good. Okay, that's it. Okay, so thank you all very much. His Excellency, the President of the Senate, will be leaving us now, but please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going into this session that I spoke about. It is the next thing that we're doing. I got you. Yes. So for the Senate President to, before he leaves, can we rise to take the national anthem to formally? What? Oh God, wait first. His Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, would leave us now. But please remain seated. We are not on a break. We're going over immediately to this session. We're taking our international panel immediately. So please remain seated, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We're taking the international. We're still live on television. So please take your seat. We're moving over now to the international panel. We'll first take a presentation on the world oil outlook, sub-Saharan African perspectives to emerging trends, using our own national oil company as a case study. This presentation will be taken by the GMD of NNPC. So please, if we can take our seats. Thank you, distinguished Senate President. Thank you, sir. This is Bruns, Abi. There's no way we could have brought everybody up here now. And huh? Okay, so thank you all very much. Thank you. He has to be here. Yes, he's speaking next. Please remain seated. We're going over now to the session where we would listen online. For this session, we have the OPEC Secretary General. We have the Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons for Equatorial Guinea. We have the Minister of Hydrocarbon for Gabon, who is in the room with us. The Secretary General of APPO, our own Minister of State for Petroleum. And this session will be moderated by the chairman of NIEC, the Nigerian Association of Energy Correspondents. We also have the director and CEO of the DPR on this session, as well as the president of Arab Women Investors Union. And the Minister of Energy representative from Ghana. So please, let's take our seats. We are still live on television. We want to push through with this session while we're live on television. Kunle, can someone please get the GMD as we want to get this session started with him? Can someone please get the GMD? Let's start the session. Okay, so we're going into the session now. Let me recognize the presence of Chief Dumolulu Briggs, the chairman of Platform Petroleum, as well as Osadebe John, the company's acting MD. Sub-Saharan African perspectives is what we're looking at, a case study of the NNPC. How should national oil companies position themselves in the next 20 years? Some are saying oil will not be relevant in the next 10. Many countries are switching from oil and gas to electric cars in the next few years. What should national oil companies be doing in the next 20? International oil companies like Total has changed their name from Total E&P to Total Energies. Please, can we take our seats? As we're ready to go into the presentation now, can we please take our seats? Thank you all very much. To open this session for us is the Group Managing Director of the NNPC. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats? Thank you very much. Can you please take your seats? Thank you all. Can you please take your seats? Thank you all. Can you please take your seats, please? Yes. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Vincent de Paul Masasa, sir. Can you please, sir? Please, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Your Excellency Dr. Omar Farouk, sir. Please, sir. Very kindly, sir. Please take your seat, sir. Please, we want to commence with the GMD presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please, sirs, can you take your seats? Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all. Please take your seat. Those of you in the hall, can you please take your seats, please? Those at the rear of the hall, please. Thank you all very kindly. Thank you. Margaret, please take your seat. Mama Flo, please, can you take your seats? Blessing, thank you. Please take your seats. Ogatoni and Ogosage, sir. Please, sirs. Please, sirs, take your seats, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Now let's welcome the GMD of the NNPC, Mr. Mele Kyari, as he takes the opening keynote address presentation for this session on what should NOCs do or be doing for the next 20 years. Let's welcome Mr. Kyari, ladies and gentlemen. GMD NNPC, thank you. Your Excellency, sir, we are taking the keynote now for the session. Thank you, sir. GMD, please keep coming. You're welcome, sir. So, click again. You can control your slide.
This way? Okay, I can see there.
You can see there. You just need to just point this way or to your left. Thank you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good afternoon, all. Honorable ministers, distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives present here, my elder brother and the Secretary General of APPO, and also I'm sure the Secretary General of OPEC is also connected, so I'm very careful of the statements I make, because when you talk about oil outlook, it's really very critical for them. And when we say, and pardon me, I'm not very good at following slides, so I'll speak my mind. I just took the permission of the Honorable Minister that are there any boundaries? He said no boundaries. So I'll speak my mind. When you say sub-Saharan African perspective on oil, maybe if a little consultation would have assisted, or maybe James, probably, maybe energy outlook may sound better because it's not just about oil. Yes, there's an oil outlook, and also there's a gas outlook, and of course there's energy outlook. So these connections will be very useful as I speak through this very brief presentation. You can't talk of oil or gas in the sub-Saharan Africa without talking about Nigeria. As we all know, by 1971, we were already producing 2 million barrels of oil. Subsequently, around year 2005, Nigeria was able to produce up to 2.5 million barrels per day. We haven't made much further progress on that. Several challenges have come our way, from security to investment to fiscal uncertainties, leading to where we are today. And I'm not sure we are stuck. We are probably stranded. But when you are stranded, you can still continue your journey. But we're not stuck. And for sure, this is a very informed audience, that there are several efforts that are being made in this industry to make sure that we make this further progress. To bring it into context, I'm not sure, I can't see my slides. So that people can join me. Organizers, I'm not able to move them forward. Please just excuse me for just 2 minutes so that you can see what I'm trying to say. before that happens, we all have ambition. We have an ambition as a country. We want to meet our reserves to hit 40 billion barrels per day, and also produce at least 3 million barrels per day, and extend our enormous gas resources. Now, putting this in context in the sub-Saharan Africa, you will see that 60% of oil reserves are resident in this country. Of course, others trail very, very far, maybe about 13% in Angola. But the rest of it is small bits and pieces. But mind you also that we are still finding oil even in this country. We are finding more oil. Yes, of course, we are also producing less oil. And that's the irony. And also, when you come to production itself, despite the small numbers that we see today, we are still making up to 43% of the entire production in the sub-Saharan Africa. It's accounted for by Nigeria. But of course, we all know that this is a small number, where we are today about 1.7 million barrels, both crude oil and condensate combined. You know, this is very far away from our ambitions or our possibilities. Yes, there are constraints, market constraints related to our very deliberate decision to be part of the OPEC Plus court process. But the fact also is that these production numbers are very low. And of course, we are producing about 6.7 billion scope of gas. You have reserve in the excess of 200 trillion scopes, I'm sorry. If we produce at this current level, at the best of estimates, if you do 5 times of what you are doing today, even in 50 years to come, we would just have produced probably 50 to 60 trillion scope of gas in this country. That means you are going to be left with 150 trillion scope if you do nothing. And that means 50 years to come, you will be dealing with a coal situation. I'm sure we know that in this country we have coal deposits. Nobody's going there. But coal is produced elsewhere. And the reason is very simple. We can't do it efficiently. It's very expensive to produce in our country, and therefore nobody will put his money into it. And if we don't do anything, we would end up 50 years to come in that situation. I will explain some of the facts that will inform this. And it's good also to see the relativity in the reserve of gas that we have in this country, and related to the Saharan West Africa. We know for sure today that over 78% of all known gas finds in the Sub-Saharan Africa are in this country. And the numbers speak. But there will remain exotic numbers if you don't do anything with it. And I'm going to speak to this. There are forecasts. Yes, I'm sure you have heard Secretary General Waziri Sanusi Barkindo has said it, while he has just spoken about it, that the forecasts are that oil demand is going to fall. The best of estimates are saying that by year 2050, so many permutations that you see, I'm sure there are very informed people listening to this conversation, but there are people who believe that by year 2050, you could well be in the territory of 35 million barrels of oil production, globally, or demand. That means that where we are today, close to 100 billion to 35, means you are going to lose about 70% of oil demand. But it doesn't mean oil will vanish, and I personally don't share that it will get to that level, because many things are happening. In our country here today, we have a massively growing population, a massively growing middle class. The population growth in sub-Saharan Africa is such limits, in such extent, that no other region in the world. And economics are expanding, and I'm sure many of us here will recollect. Just a few years ago, 10 years ago, you can count the number of people who own cars. Just 20 years ago, just take it backwards 20 years ago and compare it to today. What it means is that you have an enormously growing middle class. Economies are growing. This country, yes, of course, we all know that it's the largest economy in Africa. But more importantly, it has grown close to twofold in 20 years. And therefore, if this works, and if this continues to sustain, it means that you're going to have more and more need for energy as we grow. Therefore, when demand is declining elsewhere, potentially, because that growth will be explained by what will happen in this region. And therefore, we don't see a situation where oil demand will fall in sub-Saharan African countries because the economies are growing, the choices we have are weaker. And all the transition issues, we agree completely. There must be there's energy transition going on. Climate change issues are coming up. But we are probably 50 to 60 years behind most of the most developed countries. And therefore, there's a catch-up to do. That catch-up means that you need energy. This energy expectedly can come from the cheapest source, which is the enormous natural gas resources that we have. And this is the reality that we are facing. So, but what is the world doing? Electricity, renewables are making huge progress. Total just changed its name to Total Energies. What it means is that we're not going to focus on oil only, we're going to do something different. And they have made it public. And very many companies are transforming. That's why me and my colleagues, even in the NNPC, we are wondering whether the Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation will be the right name for this company. Because things are changing, petroleum landscape is changing, people's choices are changing. Of course, wind, solar, so much development is going on, all of us are aware of. Even in the sub-Saharan Africa, you will see significant return to the renewables by very many countries. It's not that fast, it's not that cheap, probably not even that efficient, but the reality is that efforts are being made to move towards the renewable. It is estimated that electric vehicles will reach 52% of total passenger vehicles in the year 2050. But you need to create the electricity. For us here, we know that we are energy deficient. In sub-Saharan Africa, we know also that energy is a key issue for us. So you can't have electric vehicles if you can't make batteries. And you cannot have electricity vehicles when you don't have charging points. And I'm sure many of us here will agree that the infrastructure gap in terms of electricity in our country today, to close this gap, the enormous investment that are required, the time that will be required, this reality is such that for us, the EV revolution will account for 52% of vehicles, but probably in our country, it is difficult to say that 52% of vehicles that we're going to use in the next 30, 40 years will be EVs. So it's very unlikely. This informs our, and I'm coming to this. And even to progress with the energy transition engagements, you need huge investments. It is estimated that about $13 trillion of investment is required in the renewables for the world to transit to where we think we'll be by year 2050. But as we do this, the focus is not just clean energy, but cheap energy also. And we're all aware of the hydrogen revolution that is going on, from blue to green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen comes from gas. We all know this. And a number of our partners across the globe, and even locally, are making efforts towards seeing how can we create hydrogen from natural gas. And for us also as a country, and this region, in the sub-Saharan Africa region, it's a catch-up that we have to do. That we have the enormous gas resources. How can we share these resources? How can we produce these resources in a way that fits into the realities that we are facing today? And definitely, the demand for hydrogen will continue to grow because it's seen as a cheap source of energy, cleaner source of energy, and therefore more of the investments that will going to come into this industry will come in this direction. And we're all aware here, Honourable Minister, you know for sure that many banks are no longer investing in fossil fuel-related projects. They are very selective. They have to fit into the realities of today. There is a growing number of activist investors in very many boards. I'm sure one of our partners' board, 2 people were replaced so that they can have activist investors in the boards of those companies. What it means is that decision-making, even for investment, will be impacted. And of course, the banks come into this loop. Many banks today are unable to lend to oil and gas energy related. Just a very mundane level. I know an industry colleague who went to take mortgage in Switzerland for a house. He was told that because your earnings are going to come from oil and gas, we are not going to give you mortgage. So it's getting this bad. So for us in the sub-Saharan Africa, so what do we do? What are the emerging opportunities for us? As I've said earlier, there are growing finds for oil. Oil is found in the least of expected place, maybe in geological sense. There are what we call the West African Transport Platform that is producing, that's now subject of oil discoveries in East Africa, also along the Rift Basin, and even in our country today. We have found commercial oil in the Rift Basin of this country. And that adds to the numbers that you have, but you have to also decide what you're going to do to it. And of course, it's very clear that the Gulf of Guinea today, and Mike, you'll agree, that it remains one of the most prolific oil and gas provinces in the world. Despite everything you hear in the world, that this is the area of the world where new oil is found, where there are significant reserves that are in place without significant plan for developing them. But there's nothing you can do with all the resources if you don't have very clear enablers. First of all, there's necessity for infrastructure. Today, an oil and gas company literally creates a government to operate. You take care of your security, you produce water, you build your roads, you produce electricity, you set up telecom masts, and so on and so forth. That literally that infrastructure deficit has become a matter of cost and also an issue that slows down development in our sector. So much progress has been achieved, but still not significant enough to say that there is an environment where significant infrastructure is in place to help us make that progress that is necessary. And I know for sure, as an insider, that the investment that have come into this industry in the last 5 to 6 years, compared to the resources that are available to us, in relative terms, but perhaps if we have done this in the last 10, 15, 20 years, continuously, it would have been a different position. But this is where we are today, and there's significant need to improve on infrastructure. Yes, we know that the Nigerian deep water has potentials. This is not secret, everybody knows. There are sitting gas that have been found close to 15, 16 years ago. Not a single significant step have we taken to develop it, for very many reasons. One of them is fiscal instability, conflict that we have with partners, uncertainty around our fiscal environment. And this needs to be resolved, not just in this country. It is true of very many other sub-Saharan African countries, and we have to resolve this. And that's why in this country, we have taken very practical steps. With the help, support of the Honorable Minister, and including Mr. President, who is the Minister of Petroleum also, we have engaged to remove some difficulties that we have with our partners. I mentioned earlier during the Goodwill message that we are able to resolve a conflict that started literally, maybe we sleepwalk into it in 1993, and was sustained until very, very less than 3 weeks ago. Chairman Shell Group of Companies is here, that we're able to close that dispute so that we can take out the litigation. And we know what this means. What this means is that we and our partners are talking together. We're on the same page. We have an understanding about the sanctity of our contract. that we can do businesses. And therefore, it expands the frontier of relationships so that more investment can come into sub-Saharan Africa. This is happening across sub-Saharan Africa. And for us here, we're happy that the distinguished Senate President was here, and of course, the Right Honorable Speaker was here, and Honorable Minister here, without crossing the hurdle of the PIV. You cannot be assured of a stable fiscal regime. I mean, that is why since year 2000, when the first idea around fiscal legislation, changes to fiscal legislation were mooted, there hasn't been any significant investment in this industry. Wherever you have are those investments that are anchored around the 1993 PSC, not beyond that. Even that happened because there's assurance to partners that the terms of the 93 PSC will be sustained. And there's nothing else that happened after that. And therefore, we know that in sub-Saharan African world of today, we must do something to make sure that there's sanctity of contract, there's stability of fiscal regime, banks can see the future with us, and ultimately, investors will decide to put their money now. Because the money has to be put now, because if you don't have the money to put in the next 10 years, you're probably not going to see money that's going to come into your environment. And of course, what is very obvious is that gas is the way to go. And our government has declared that this is the decade of gas. Decade means 10 years, if I get it right. So in 10 years, if you don't take position, probably in 5 years, if you don't make all the necessary investments so that you can deepen the consumption of gas in the country, and then for export also, because the gas that we have, in all permutations, in all assumptions, there is no way this country will consume 200 trillion scope of gas. So it has to get to some other people. And that's the opportunity that we have. And that's the opportunity that sub-Saharan African countries need to align to have some cross-West African or cross-Sub-Saharan African investment alignments such that we're able to harness these resources for the development of the whole of the Sub-Saharan Africa. Currently, we are progressing the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline. In very many quarters, it looks like an exotic thing, but it's not. Because our plan is to lay this pipeline across West African countries all the way into Morocco and potentially cross the Mediterranean into Europe. This will do two things. First, it will monetize the gas in Nigeria, no doubt. But more importantly, it will spur up development. It will eliminate poverty along its right of way. And also, ultimately, adding value to the global energy transition perspective, which is that instead of delivering liquid oil to Europe, you can't deliver gas to Europe. And that means we're all aligned in this framework. And that also is possible, I believe strongly, I recommend also that as we look these pipelines going through West Africa into Morocco, why wouldn't it go south also? We have enormous resources. You have 60% of all gas resources in this country. It's something that can help this region, this sub-region, so that we can harness it. And that collaboration is very, very necessary today. It can be can't be more better time than now to think of it. But today, thinking is not enough. You have to act. Honorable Minister, there are a few things you have mentioned in some of our private conversations that if you don't do it today, I'm not going to go into the details. If you don't do it today, it's useless. And I agree with you completely. If you don't take those significant steps immediately, you will just have coal as we do have in the country today. Today I can tell you, not just when you say coal, people will think it's only in Enugu. No, it's not true. I know for sure that there are coal deposits in very many other locations, even in the north of this country. But you are practically very little that you can do with it. You can end up with the oil in the same picture. And of course, what is very obvious, we're a resource-dependent country today. Yes, there are constraints, but obviously today, 65% of total government revenues come from the oil and gas. 90% of our foreign exchange earnings is related to the oil and gas operations. Yet, these resources contribute just 10% of the GDP.
Therefore, this disconnect is very, very healthy because it doesn't, the oil and gas industry doesn't have to be the major player in our GDP map, because the lesser the number gets, the better for our country. But what you can do is to create the resources that will expand the GDP of this country by investing more and more into the industry. And so what's our experience? Now, coming back to NNPC, we are aware of this. We are aligned with these realities of the transition that is happening, the resources that are available, and we are seeing the future. That means partnering is the most important thing that we are doing. That's why we are repairing our relationship with our partners, so that partnering will make it possible for investors to put their money here so that we can deliver value to our country and ultimately create opportunities, create employment, and create prosperity in our country. But you can also not do this if there are no clear ground rules. And of course, all parties must bring value on the table for the benefit of all of us. And of course, nurturing a win-win relationship. Because I learned something from our former group managing director, Jackson Gaius Obaseki, I'm not sure he has joined this conference. But if he has, he said that when you have an agreement with a partner who is less equipped for a negotiation, help him to come to your level. If you don't, he will discover it 10 years down the line, and he'll get back to you in a way that you didn't do. And therefore, relationship must be win-win. And that is why, as the Honorable Minister is progressing the promulgation of the petroleum industry bill, we are conscious of our engagements. We have engaged our partners in a way that is different, which is what the Senate President has referred to. There is constant engagement between the minister and the federal government PIB team constantly to see that what works and what wouldn't work. And we believe that at the end of the day, we're going to have a relationship that is win-win for all of us. And of course, technology is everything. For us, automation is everything, because if you don't automate your system and your process, it cannot be efficient. If you are not efficient, you have high cost. If you have high cost, you are not going to deliver value to your partners. We are very focused on this, and this is our experience, and this has worked for us in the last 2 to 3 years. And I can tell you, Honorable Minister is the chairman of our board, that this company, which belongs to all of us, is able to declare dividend this year. I believe that we'll do it this year. We move our losses by over 800 billion naira in year 2019 down to less than 3 billion naira, because it is possible, because all you need to do is to be more prudent, cut your costs, be more efficient, manage your portfolios, and make sure that what you do returns value. Anything that returns value, you avoid it. And this is a simple thing with the leadership of our minister and the board of the NNPC. We're able to do this, and we're where we are today. Now, outlook. Yes, we are speaking today. We are doing well. We can do better. Obviously, we could have done better than this. But where are we today? Oil production of 1.8 million barrels, 1.7, 1.8. Our target as a country is 3 million barrels per day. Bearing all constraints, we recognize our commitments to the OPEC Plus cut. But the reality today is that this is possible, that we can reach 3 million barrels per day. So this is the opportunity that once you are going in that direction, and I can confirm, we have a line of sight around this. There are clear projects that can deliver this. There are investment decisions that are waiting to happen. And also, there are partners that are just joining us. Honorable Minister has just mentioned the issues around the marginal field big round that has been released. What it means is that you're going to have small producers. They will add to the number. And ultimately, you will see that getting to 3 million barrels per day is an opportunity that all of us can exploit. On domestic gas, today, we are doing only 1.8 billion scope of gas today. I'm sure you will be appalled by this, because that explains why today, in some locations, we are not able to meet the customers' demand. It's unfortunate, but with some of our partners have said it over and over, that our commitment to delivery of gas to the domestic gas is weak. And that's also true in very many other countries where gas is found. We understand clearly that in this region, companies look for oil, not for gas. And indeed, that's the challenge even we have with the 1993 PSC, that it is an oil PSC, it's not a gas PSC. It didn't anticipate that gas would be found of such commercial nature, and it wasn't the focus. And therefore, we must do something deliberate to increase domestic gas consumption. A number of initiatives are going on, not for this forum to discuss, but I know that our partners are also getting more and more aligned to make sure they will help us to attain this. It is possible to have 4.5 billion scope into domestic market within a very short period of time. And of course, for export, we know, even in the media, there are a number of initiatives that are going on. We have taken the FID on Trend 7, and by grace of God, we'll do physical kick-off by the 15th of June. I'm not sure if it's the right moment to say it. Honorable Minister, let me borrow your mouth to say it. That by the 15th of this month, we will do a physical kickoff. But all that we'll do is probably just double the capacity. And if you continue at this level, assuming you do times 5 of this, you will still be left with 150 trillion square of gas even in 50 years to come. So there's more room. The world is going gas. And as Mike's company are going Total Energies, please come, let's join our hands so that we can put more money into gas so that we can expand this both for export and also with deepen consumption in the domestic market. But of course, as a national oil company, we're not oblivious of the realities around us. We're expanding our territories. We're transiting as any other company is doing. That's why maybe I will engage the Honorable Minister, whether or not the NNPC is the right word today. But we're going to be an energy company. Energy company means you do what others are doing, not for the exotics of it, but because this is where to go, this is where the realities are going to us, and that we need to align ourselves with this. And of course, diversification into many other things that other national oil companies are doing. Some are cutting down their exposure, some are expanding it into technology, telecommunication, real estate, and so on and so forth. These are the choices national oil companies make today. They go into gas-based industries, and so on and so forth. This is what we're also trying to do. And of course, at the bottom of it all, this is a very transparent world today. There is nothing hidden today. Probably things even we do in our bedrooms now become on WhatsApp. This is the reality of our industry. Therefore, no company in this industry, whether national oil company or not, and particularly more so for national oil companies in the sub-Saharan African countries, that they must imbibe the spirit of transparency and accountability. Transparent to your shareholders, transparent to the public, and also accountable to your shareholders. This is very easy to do. It's not costly. It's very beneficial, and we have seen this in this national oil company. For instance, with the permission and authority of the board of the NNPC, we publish the audited statement of accounts of this company. We did for 2019, we did for 2018, we will do for 2020. We are just about rounding up our audit process, the governance through the audit process. And what did that do to us? And in addition to that, let me just add something more, which I would like my other colleagues from the national oil companies to copy. Today, when you go to NNPC website, every transaction we have between us and what we call the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee, that's a platform where we deliver value to the state for the stewardship that we have done on their behalf. Every documentation we submit to them is published in our website, including our working documents. No company does this. But doing this has created value for us. Today, I can confirm that lenders, even as they refuse to lend to many companies, even as they refuse to lend to oil and gas businesses, today we have no challenge around borrowing from anywhere. And the simple reason they quote is that they know what we are doing, we are losing money, they know, where we are making money, they know, and that transparency has helped us, and that's where to go for all national oil companies. And lastly, honorable ministers, my distinguished audience, I don't want to bore you with the other protocol, in essence, is that the sub-Saharan African region today has enormous gas resources. It has oil resources. It's deficit in infrastructure. There are opportunities for growth. There is a huge and growing middle class that will buy what we produce, and also economies that are growing in proportions that are not expected. And ultimately, the national oil companies have a role to play, and that they need to take the next step in partnership with everybody that is involved in this, including our regulatory institutions, and my brother Awal is here, that there is a need for absolute confluence of the investor community, the national oil company, the banking institutions, and also other agencies of government, so that, together we can take advantage of the opportunities that are here today, because I don't think they will be there in 10 years' time. Thank you very much.
Let me have this one. No, this is yours. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The Group Managing Director of the NNPC, making a clear case of where the Sub-Saharan National Oil Company should be focusing on in the next 2 decades. Without wasting any more time, we are moving on to the international panel. That presentation has set the tone. Let me now bring up our panel members who will be doing justice to the conversation. Joining us live via Zoom is His Excellency Gabriel Mbaga Obiang Lima, Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbon of Equatorial Guinea. Can we please say hello to Mr. Obiang? Okay. Hello, sir. Brilliant. I want to be sure I can hear you. I want to be sure before I hand over to my... Yes, give me a round of applause. Can you unmute yourself and say something? Okay. Please say something, Honorable Minister. Say something. I'm not hearing you.
Hello, good morning, my brothers in Abuja.
Thank you, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you. Thank you very much. He is one of those ministers who is working seriously towards collaboration using the N.I.P.S platform. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Joining us in person is Mr. Benjamin Kwame Ashanti, Director of Petroleum for Ministry of Energy Ghana. Mr. Ashanti, you're welcome. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. His Excellency Vincent De Paul Masasa, Minister of Hydrocarbons of Gabon, is in person with us. If you can please come this way. Of course, His Excellency Chief Timi Silva, our own Minister of State, is on the panel as well. We'll welcome you, sir. Joining us live via Zoom is our very own His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Bakindo, Secretary General of OPEC. Your Excellency, hello. Please say something. I want to be sure I can hear you.
Hello. Good afternoon from Vienna.
Brilliant from Vienna. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And joining us in person is His Excellency Dr. Umar Ibrahim Farouk, Secretary General of APPO. Doctor, you're welcome, sir. Joining us in person is Engineer Anwalu Sariki, the Director and Chief Executive Officer of the DPR. Director, sir, you're welcome. I'd like to know if His Excellency Sagari is represented, the Minister from Mali. Okay, joining us in person as well is the President of Arab Women Investors Union, Dr. Hoda Yasa. Dr. Hoda, please step forward. Okay, so to drive the conversation for us is the Chairman of the Nigerian Association of Energy Correspondents, our very own Olu Phillips, a correspondent as well with Channels Television. Olu, before I pass it over to you, let me just say this. We have interpretation in case any of our speakers speak in French. The interpretation device is available. If there's none on your chair, call for it. We'll pass it on to you. Channel 1 is English. Channel 2 is French. Would like to also appreciate the presence of the Chief Executive Officer of OVH Energy, Mr. Hob Stockman, the Deputy Managing Director of ENI, who is also in the room, Mrs. Kalista Azogu, and the MD of GPPS, Obi Uzu. Will recognize all of you. And of course, I also say the pioneer ears of NCDMB. Should I say Chief? I'll say Chief NS Mappa for today. Well done. So, Oluphilip, the stage is all yours. When I come back up, you know what that means. Your time is up. But for now, please take us through the session. It's over to you, Oluphilips.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome again to N.I.P.S 2021, 4th edition. We'll quickly start with our brother from Ghana, His Excellency Benjamin. We'll have your opening thoughts from all of you coming all that way this way. Say for 2 minutes, you've heard what the Honorable the MD for GMD NNPC had said about the opportunities that are bound. So there's no need rehashing all of the statistics and the things that the positions that we are in sub-Saharan Africa. I think what's important is for us to see how we can leapfrog that 5 years window rather than 10 years, but 5 years window to make those strategic position and investments and taking those opportunities. What is Ghana doing? What is Ghana seeing? And what is Ghana hoping to do?
All right, thank you very much. In the first place, I would like to bring greetings from our minister, Matu Opoku-Prempeh. Unfortunately, as much as he wanted to be here, there have been some other changes and assignments by the president, so he couldn't come. For Ghana, as other speakers have said, we appreciate the fact that there's going to be a transition. But for us, we think it is not immediate, and so therefore we have to take advantage of the fossil fuel or the oil and gas resources that we have. Some of the efforts is making sure that our production of power is just towards using natural gas instead of heavy fuel or light crude. Again, we're looking at using gas as feedstock for agriculture or food production. You know, as you all know, I mean, we cannot just do away with the fossil fuel, especially the gas part, which is more cleaner. I mean, a lot of petrochemicals and all those other products come from oil and gas. So for Ghana, we are trying to establish what we call the petroleum hub, where we're going to use gas and oil and gas to develop the economy. We are also making sure that a lot of the people, of course, are for electricity. We are about 80%, 85% electricity for the country, but we want to get to at least about 100% in the next few years. So we are relocating some of the power plants that were actually using heavy fuel to the central part of the country, where we are using pipelines to use gas to produce power. If that thing comes on, it means that the advantages and opportunities we have is to supply the northern part of Ghana, I mean, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, where we can supply them with power. So in a broad overview, most of the things that we are doing is trying to take advantage of our oil and gas resources, especially the gas part, to develop the country, and then make sure that the transition is going to come, but we have to also try and make the efficiency of energy should be encouraged, and then whatever comes after that, we take advantage. There should also be what we're looking at, collaboration, as Honorable Minister said, among the stakeholders, especially national oil companies. We, the producers, like APPO, that Ghana is keen to join, we will have to have that collaboration to be able to help us, because, I mean, the revenues that we get from oil and gas cannot be said to be nothing Again, the employment opportunities through oil and gas that we get for our people is very paramount, and therefore we have to try and collaborate and make sure that a few, if you allow me, a few measures where even when we produce the oil and gas, we export to them. So within Africa, the carbon emission is just about 2%. So why worry about not taking advantage of the resources you have? So for Ghana, this is our target, and we'll make sure that we use cleaner fuel like gas and plan towards the transition, which we think might come, but not anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shanti. Benjamin. Dr. Farouk, what kind of conversations are going on around the APPO as far as transition is concerned? Is it more of potentials in terms of what you can do amongst your people, or is there a palpable fear as to regards what the transition is about? I mean, I don't know your opening remarks as far as this is concerned.
Thank you very much.
You can adjust the microphone to yourself.
Yeah. Well, in APPO, we have, long before Paris Climate Change Agreement, APPO had come to know that there will be challenges in the industry, and particularly for the African continent. Today, we are faced with 3 key challenges that is on the African continent when it comes to oil and gas matters. The GMD of NNPC in his address highlighted 2 of these. One is that gradually financing of hydrocarbon projects in Africa, the world over actually, is drying up. Key international financial institutions are not ready to fund oil and gas projects. It's very important, especially for a continent that has relied heavily on foreign direct investments. Second is the question of technology. If the world has decided that we are moving away from fossil fuels to renewable energy, what follows suit is that the technology for fossil fuel development is also going to be abandoned. And this is already happening. You go to some key institutions in the world that have made name as centers of petroleum studies, petroleum innovation. They've woken up today to say that they are shutting down their faculties of petroleum studies. And what this means is that other research institutions that are working to improve the capacities of the industry are also going to abandon it. I give a very good example, the Imperial College. Most of our best petroleum engineers went there. And from next year, you can't go because they are not going to do anything about petroleum, because they want to be seen to be in line with what the policy makers of the world have determined as. Apart from technology, we are also talking about human capacity. To date, most of the African continent, we rely on the West, on America, on Europe, when we send our people for training, for them to come back to be good petroleum engineers, operators, etc. Now, if we wake up to find that the institutions that we send these people to come back as experts are not there for us to send them to, what happens? APPO had anticipated these challenges, and on the financing, APPO used to have the APPO Fund for Technical Cooperation. It was 100% sovereign fund, funds contributed by member countries of APPO. In our reform, we decided...
Okay, so as a visitor to the OPEC library, you would see sometimes 10-year projection, world outlook up to 2040, up to 2050. To my mind, my contemplation would be that nobody saw COVID. And I don't know how much of that was factored in those projections. And if that was not properly captured as to some of the things that could have been exigencies that could have interjected the processes and the outlooks. OPEC Secretary General, sir, what is OPEC looking at? Is it a case of fossil versus renewable, or there's going to be a tangent at some point, a nexus where we can begin to have a smooth transition? What kind of conversation and what kind of discussion is happening around, especially with the joint cooperation, OPEC and non-OPEC?
accounts of about 35 to 26%. And if you factor in coal, will still be accounting for about 20%. What about the resources? What about the underground resources? I can confirm to you that despite the lack of adequate investments in the years past that I referred to in my keynote address, beginning from the start of 2014-2016 and the current year cycle 2020-2021, we have nearly 1.5 trillion barrels of crude oil gas that are lost. So, what we need is to continue to replace the produced barrels and explore and use them in the most climate-friendly manner, deploy technology in order to meet not only current demand, which is growing, but future demand. You are seeing in several presentations today that the global population will increase from between 1.7 billion people to about 2 billion people by the year 2045-2050. The global economy will double. And despite the setbacks of the pandemic, we are on course to resume growth in a very sustainable manner that will lead to the doubling of the current global economy by 2045. Now, when we talk about transition, we are talking of two sides of the coin. One is climate change. The other side of the coin is energy growth. In Africa, we know that we don't have to lecture on the effects of climate change because we live it. From Cape to Cairo, you will see devastating impacts of climate change on our ecosystem. And here I must commend our governments across the country for doing their best with legal resources, competing for developmental needs, but yet taking more measures in addressing climate change. The other side of this coin is inequality. You have heard what Comrade Kiari say. Our numbers here in Secretary are saying nearly 45% of the population of Sahara Africa have no access to electricity. In the workshop that Farouk referred to, we hosted virtually last week in the African continent, we were told that 600 million people in Sahara Africa have no access to electricity. And nearly 900 million people have no access to clean cooking gas. That's about 85% of the population. Therefore, this transition, as far as OPEC is concerned, and we share the same with APPO, AFRIC, and other institutions in Africa, has to be comprehensive, it has to be inclusive, where no one is left behind. The African continent cannot be left behind. These additional populations coming,
the vast majority will be coming from Africa and other developing countries. People cannot be left to the vagaries of climate change, as well as the impact of energy poverty in perpetuity. For us, the transition is not from one source of energy or sources to another source. It is not from hydrocarbons to renewables. In OPEC, we are not climate deniers. We believe that the world, and Africa in particular, needs all the sources of energy to continue to meet the current and future demand. And therefore, we encourage all our member countries to continue to invest in renewables, but also to continue to meet the demand for hydrocarbons. The world will be looking up to Africa as the growing end of the global economy to play this role. I know time is not on our side, but I am impressed with the contributions that I have had today, and OPEC endorses these positions that you have shared with us. Thank you, Olu.
Thank you, Secretary General. So clearly, to my mind, it is a domesticated conversation, reason maybe why we have a lot of heads of agencies from other countries, especially in Africa, discussing this. And what that tells me, for instance, Honorable Minister for State, if you may help give us your words, so clearly the renewables are not in doubt, but we need to begin to understand what conveyor belt or what content you want to use in terms of this transition and help your transition as far as your local domesticated needs are concerned. So how do you think, I mean, if I may ask, how do you think governments can crystallize contents that will eventually help to achieve national aspirations, using the Nigerian example?
Thank you very much, Olu. Let me start from the very beginning. I would like to say that in a fairer world, we'll be, as a country and as a continent, part of the definition process, defining process. Why I say this is, when you talk about renewable energies, are you talking about actually renewables, or you are talking about cleaner energy? Because you talk about renewable energy, yes, you can have rice as a source of energy, because from rice you can produce ethanol. But is that sustainable? That's going to tilt the global food security if you now begin to use rice as a source for production of ethanol. But if we are talking about cleaner energy, then are you also going to say, because this is something that baffles me all the time, are you going to say that, seriously, nuclear energy, of course, yes, at the tail end it is cleaner, but if you look at the whole value chain of nuclear energy, will you also say that nuclear energy, strictly speaking, if you look at all the hazards around nuclear energy, will you say that that can be defined as a cleaner fuel, as a renewable fuel, while you define gas as an unclean fuel, dirty fuel as such? Those are the kinds of things, definition that we want to be part of as Africa and as Nigeria. That's really what platforms like N.I.P.S seek to achieve. As a country, as a continent, we believe that we must be allowed to exploit our gas resources because we consider that as a destination fuel, because it is actually a cleaner fuel than the other fuels. In Nigeria, we have a lot of gas resources, and we are actually intent on ensuring that we take advantage of these gas resources That's really where we are headed for. You know that we've declared this decade a decade of gas. We declared last year the year of gas. So that's to tell you how focused we are on exploitation of our gas reserves and the gas resources. We've been able to take FID on a few gas projects, including Train 7. In a few days from now, there will be groundbreaking for Train 7. And also, I said in my earlier contribution that we need to collaborate on all fronts. So on a regional front as well, we intend to promote collaboration. We are looking at the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline that is going to take gas from Nigeria all the way through West Africa to North Africa. We are also still looking at the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline, which is going to take gas all the way to create market for our gas so that we can allow our producers, to produce as much as they can when we are able to give them the market through these projects. On the whole, we believe that the transition fuel to renewables must be gas. In a way, we also even see gas as a destination fuel, which is still an argument in the global community. But we would like to be part of that argument. We would like to be part of that definition process. Like I said, in a fairer world, they should at least include us in that discussion as Africa. When you say, oh, the world has decided, it's very strange to say that. It's almost as if we are not part of the world. We want to be part of that decision process. And we want to, because of that, accelerate the exploitation of our energy, of our oil and gas resources by passing the PIB, which of course we have heard is going to be passed in a few weeks from now. And of course, that is going to, I must say, bring a lot of exponential growth in this sector because, like everybody has said, we can see clearly that the oil and gas economy will not last forever. So for us, what is important to us now is to ensure that we get the most value from our oil and gas resources.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for State. I'm sure as regards progressing on that conversation as to having Africa a part of this global conversation as to where energy is going to, the rapporteurs are here. In the end, we should be having a position paper that details what this N.I.P.S 4 has to offer. I would like to flip to the virtual space if we still have His Excellency from Equatorial Guinea. Can he hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm still here.
Oh, fantastic. So for Equatorial Guinea, do you have a template in all of this discussion that suits what you're looking at in terms of potentials, in terms of away from the challenges, we know what it is, but in terms of potential, Equatorial Guinea, do you have a template of where you are headed or what you would want to see as far as this conversation is concerned? What kind of foot are you putting forward in this conversation as far as your country is concerned?
Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to give my best greetings to my brothers and sisters in Abuja, Nigeria. I'm apologizing for not being able to be there personally. I am extremely sorry because, and this comes from my heart because I do enjoy to be in Abuja, especially for my delicious wallow rice and my spicy pepper soup. So I have to wait until next year to continue with that. And at the same time, I want to thank my brother, Minister Silva, also my brother in Gabon, for always welcome me to be there. And like I say, I feel very bad not being in Abuja today. I also, it's a pleasure to see, even though it's virtual, to my big father, even though he called me brother, His Excellency Mohammed Barkindo and Omar Farouk. I keep saying it, and I think it's belief. I have learned a lot from them. And for me to be in a panel with them is always a grateful thing to do. Now, regarding your question, I have to say that when all this pandemic started, I did say something in the way of Equatorial Guinea, not representing the entire continent. I said that 2020 was a year that it was completely lost. Nobody was expecting COVID, and it was a very uncertainty. Oil prices were dropping, and we clearly said that 2020 was a complete lost year. We did predict that 2021 was going to be a research and development year. We were going to see how we were going to be coming after all this pandemic, and clearly 2022, we believe, is the new recovery year. Now, what did we do? What we did in 2020, we realized that everybody, governments, IOCs, NOC, we all suffer. Economies almost stopped. So we decided that it was very important to help our industry. One of the first things that we did is we did a 2 years extension to all the exploration company. It made no sense to obligate companies to maintain all these explorations activity, especially drilling, seismic, when we didn't know if we were going to be able to bring ships, if we were be able to move people. So we decided it's better to stop and being able to give them some breathing air, but also to avoid the companies to leave the country. So I have to say that thanks to that decision, all the companies who were in Equatorial Guinea before pandemic, they are still in Equatorial Guinea, and they're eager to continue with the campaign that even this year we are starting. The second thing that we did was we decided that we needed to revise all our budgets. Again, it did not make sense to get companies to do investment, refurbishing, invest in new wells, when we didn't know if we were able to receive the materials, people moving. So we decided that it was better to take it a little bit more easy, to cut some costs, taking in consideration that we were being hit by two key problems. One was the oil price and the very low demand, and at the same time an oversupply. And we thought that it was very important to protect our infrastructure, because clearly we needed to make sure that we were affected the minimum regarding this COVID, and making sure another big problem that we all had, to be able to move people in and out of the country, especially because of the restriction of traveling. Now we are in 2021. What we have come to realize that things have changed. Things have changed, and we need to also recognize that. And the changes are being seen right now. You have IOCs that they're changing, even though everybody's saying they're changing because of renewable, because environment. I do believe there is another factor. It's the economic one. A lot of these IOC have had a very serious impact because of the oil price, and also because the shareholders really are not willing to go back and pick up all those debt and problems that they have. So yes, the environmental issue is there, the change of the transition are there, but I do believe a lot of those companies have been having a very serious economic hit, and of course they are adjusting like any other industry is doing. And again, one of the key adjustments is also to change your name or change in a way your logos. So the logos is not just because of environmental reasons. And the other issue is that, yes, it's true, fossil fuel is really under attack by everybody. Everybody's saying that we need to do the transition. I've been always saying the same thing. We all are going to do the transition, but some areas need more time. We can't expect that we do the transition at the same time of year that the European, North American can do it. I mean, if we bring electric cars to our countries, they won't survive a week because of our infrastructure problems. We still need to build infrastructure for it to be able to be charged. So I do believe that the transition in Africa should take minimum 20 years. And it should be in a way that is not imposed in us. Why? Because the one who have the resource and have the discovery is us in Africa. You have Senegal, you have Ghana, you have Equatorial Guinea, you have Nigeria, you have Mozambique. So what are we going to do? Forget about these resources and move on? I do believe that we need to transition into resources like gas, like renewable, but this is the fuel that provides us this development, and it's very important that we have clearly an opportunity. Anybody who's listening to me, it will think like, this is the end of oil and gas. I have to tell you that, sorry, that's not the case. I do believe that 2022 is going to be the recovery of oil and gas, especially in Africa, because even all those economies who wants to pick up very quickly, and they are doing it right now through this summer that everybody wants to recover, they still need our resources. This is the more reliable, this is the more cheaper one, and clearly the one who have more infrastructure. So for them to be able to pick up quick, they need our resources. So we do believe that 2022 is going to be a good year, but we need to play our card correctly. One of the things that we need to be able to realize is what all the panelists are saying. The future is going to be gas, and we need to be able to start investing in gas utilization. Equatorial Guinea is a small country, but we learn a lot through countries like Ghana, like Nigeria, even Algeria. When we study an oil industry, they say, do not forget about the gas. In Equatorial Guinea, we have the methanol plant, we have electricity by gas, we have done many things with gas. So, and that really have helped us in difficult times because we were able to balance between the oil production and the gas production. And of course, we have proved that gas, you can also make money, revenue through gas. The other issue that is very important, I think is sometimes taboo, is that we need to be aware that we need to take responsibility of our asset. So what does exactly mean? It means that many IOCs are thinking of leaving, are thinking about selling the asset, and we can't just be sitting here and waiting for a white knight to come and take the asset. We need to start taking responsibility of our own assets and be more responsible of that. And this is something that it's going to be very important because African countries, national oil companies need to start taking charge of resources and being able to be more independent. And of course, the other key one is also the downstream. We need to recognize that for us to be impacting our economy, we need to invest in downstream. We need to be able to utilize the resources that for many years we have been sending out of the continent. Equatorial Guinea is one of them. We have been exporting oil to China. We have been exporting gas to Europe. And we need to start thinking what we can do to use that same resources in our countries. Maybe building a refinery, maybe building more methanol, or using gas for, again, other resources that it will benefit us. So clearly, a lot of people are saying, you have to be very careful because funding is very difficult to find. And I think it's correct. But we also need to be able to look for an alternative. If institutions like the IMF and the World Bank don't want to fund oil and gas in Africa, maybe we need to look for an alternative. There's many other alternative finances rather than sit in just a sorrow of people not giving us, wanted to provide the funds. We should just, get off our chair and fly to different other places that they have the liquidity and they're willing to invest in the resources that God have provided to us. So I have to say that again, I'm very confident of 2022. It's very important that we reinvest in our infrastructure. And clearly I have a message to operators and the rest is that for next year we have two key issues that you need to take in account. One of them is that you need to think about reinvesting. And the second one, and if you think that you cannot do reinvesting, it's better for you to move and bring somebody who is really ready to do the investing because the asset is there, the resources are there, and we have a God-given right to be able to exploit our resources and build our infrastructure because the same way that developing countries want to pick up their economy again after COVID, we need to do the same thing. And the best resources that we can do that is oil and gas. And this is not only Equatorial Guinea, this is Nigeria, this is Ghana, this is Senegal, this is Mozambique. And for anybody who said that we are wrong, like I say all the time, they're criminals because they don't want us to be able to utilize the resources that can change our people and our country. And with that, one more time, I apologize for not being in Abuja. I know that they have a bill to pay to my brother, Silva, but I promise that I will be there very soon to continue with the discussions. And hopefully this will be the last time that I'm not there live in N.I.P.S. With that, I want to thank you all and hopefully to see you very soon. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Gabriel Mbangalima, Honorable Minister for State Petroleum. Everybody in Africa seems to be very aggressive and towing the line of, we want to be part of this conversation and have our thoughts really on this. I'll come to you, Your Excellency from Gabon, and what kind of climate is hovering around your country in terms of whether investment, in terms of what direction, and are you under any kind of weight of the weight of what to do? Are you racing against time? Are you joining the conversation aggressively? Generally, is there a state outlook as far as this global oil outlook is concerned, the opportunities and navigating through where we ought to be, especially because it has to do with the country and it has to do with the citizenry. The Nigeria example, for instance, gas is a template that allows us to deliver both for LPG, deliver for domestic gas to power and all of that. Gabon.
Well, thank you very much. I must say that Gabon, in light of all the other producing countries in the world, including most of the OPEC members, is following the news and definitely is aware of the transition which is now being initiated, going from oil and moving more toward cleaner energy, and by cleaner energy having gas. Gabon is pursuing an aggressive policy of going down to the gas development path, knowing that in the past we were most oil-oriented and considering gas as but today we are looking into developing gas. That is why we are inclined most of our research today into going down and exploring for gas. For that, Gabon, following the example of other countries in the world, has reviewed his hydrocarbon laws to sort of tackle down the gas aspect, which in the past was not part of the process. Today, again, we're looking at domestic gas usage being increased and implemented because most of the gas was not used in country. We are now into going down and building infrastructure for domestic use and increasing the use of gas domestically, as I mentioned. But we feel that, as everybody has recognized here, or most of the panelists have recognized here, it has to be not a local process, but it has to be sort of a regional aspect that we have to look, if not globally. Because most of the problems that we're facing here are going to be tackling with the laws and regulations from international process. And therefore, we have to speak of one common voice, one single voice to be able to address the problems as we're seeing them, to be able to sustain growth and make sure that we move the right path, the correct path. For Gabon here, again, as we're mentioning here, we are together with Nigeria, following Nigeria, looking at Nigeria as being a leader, because we know that Nigeria has been a long time into this oil and gas. We see that they're being always looking the right track, and therefore, for us, it is an example that has been set and for us to follow. And that is why we're coming down to this conference here, because we feel that collaboration, again, is the key way to sustainable development as we're looking at it for our people. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. On the back of the identification of, or the declaration of the decade of gas in Nigeria, for instance, is what the National Oil Company in Nigeria tried to do by setting up a policy called N.I.P.S, which addresses cost optimization. So whilst you're trying to develop your gas, you must produce hydrocarbon at a very competitive price, for instance. That brings in the cost element and, as it were, investment by extension. That brings me to you, Arab Women League investors. Probably you have, supposedly you have all the money. Where are you looking to put these monies?
Étant donné qu'il y a l'opportunité de parler en français, Je vais répondre en français, mon anglais n'est pas tellement fort. La vérité, on est là représentant l'Union des femmes investisseurs arabes pour voir et étudier les opportunités d'investissement. Et je crois que ce qu'on a entendu depuis hier de son Excellence le ministre du Pétrole, et aujourd'hui aussi par tout ce qu'on a entendu par le Parlement représentatif du Parlement nigérien, vraiment ça nous a donné un grand courage pour voir comment on va commencer réellement à voir les opportunités, à commencer à vraiment travailler sur la terre en Nigeria, ici dans votre pays. Là, on est très contents. Toutes les femmes d'affaires et les investisseurs du monde arabe et du Golfe vous envoient un grand salut et vous disent qu'ils aiment beaucoup votre pays et qu'on est très content d'être parmi vous cette fois-ci. Et vraiment, on va étudier très sérieusement avec son Excellence le ministère du Pétrole et vos responsables comment on peut commencer des étapes actuelles et réelles. Pas seulement des paroles, mais vraiment, on veut commencer réellement à travailler très rapidement et avec des investisseurs très sérieux et très intéressés à travailler dans ce secteur.
All right. For
you.
those of you who didn't have the privilege of tuning to Channel 1 on this device, what she has said in summary is that the Arab League investors, Arab women investors, yes, please, I beg your pardon, are ready to work, especially with Nigeria. You can expect that, and perhaps also other African countries. I can see His Excellency Benjamin nodding his head. Yeah, first oil 2000, and let's see the progress from that all. I mean, to bring all of this to a close and tie it up for us in a nexus, will be the next speaker, the director and CEO of the Department of Petroleum Resources. Essentially, they choose to call themselves business enablers. From the time when this declaration was done up till date, what kind of progress have we made? What kind of what kind of capacity have we created? And what have we galvanized as far as this is concerned? I hope this forms part of your fulcrum or part of your conversation as we wrap up.
Olu, I think all the discussants, they made a very good point out of a wonderful lead paper that the GMD presented. One thing that is common among all the discussants is there is an opportunity while we are changing the landscape of energy. And again, we have to leverage on the resource available, and we have to be first, and we have to really be decisive on it. And again, there is an array of opportunity that exists within the resource that seems to be of not eligible in court for investment, while we know it is still be relevant in our energy mix and the growth of Africa. And also, we need to understand the drive of government to really, various African governments, to see how we can be part of the development of planet Earth in sustainable manner. The moderator has said that no need for repeat of the statistics. His Excellency, the OPEC Secretary General, had made a lot of statistics. The GMD gives some statistics in terms of numbers of the resource available. But what is common is that oil and gas remain a very key in the development of Nigeria and many African countries, including those that have scarce of it or do not have it. For us, we have to use the numbers to drive the investment. And these numbers are key. And as it is, assessing the opportunities start with the policy. And we all see what we receive from our legislators, the senators and distinguished senators and right honorable members, the leadership what they say about it. Then we'll look also at the statistic of the industry, because the law is the main provider which will enable the business in a most profitable and environmentally sustainable way. And also, in doing that, there is a gap in which you identify to see how you can fill in the gap. I hear 10 years from now, windows of opportunities, conversation of whether the energy is cleaner or not. So, indeed, there are opportunities in upstream, midstream, and downstream sector of the business we are all here for. And these opportunities ranges from getting more resource, acquisition of more data to get the resource, transition from traditional oil to gas, and also trying to really power Africa as a continent that is right and matured for development, attracting investment not only for exploration and production, but processing in a way that we can get the benefit of all. I can also see summaries from all the ministers here and the investors trying to see what kind of investment that we can do in view of the choice that we must have, whether we get the climate change or we get life and eliminate poverty in Africa and developing world. Because energy is a killer of poverty. When you provide energy, a clean one, you see that the poverty will reduce. I can get from the lead paper that there is a growing middle class and there is a growing need for utilization of vehicles that may use fossil fuel or those that may use electricity. But this electricity, it must be generated somehow. So these are the conversation that is going all through and needing to really have a choice in all this. And you must believe me that as we summarize all the conversation, one thing that is established from all the discussion is that we cannot really leave out the development of developing nations. For Nigeria, this conference mainly is looking at gas as the decade of gas. I see decade of gas as decade of opportunities because transiting to gas, definitely it will improve on our GDP, even though the lead papers say that when you see more contribution to GDP, you should not be happy. But we need to really contribute to GDP. And we also need to derive wealth creation through investment in especially gas, as everybody is saying. And what do we need to do is to really be the enablers that we used to be. The governments of Africa, specifically for Nigeria, I can say that I can quote Mr. President where he said that Nigeria is ready and acceptable for investment from all interested countries, individuals and partners, which he said he's assuring all the investors into this country for security and high return on investment. So this is reassuring in addition to what we heard about the new law coming, which all the African countries are ready to do that. And at the same time, the leadership of the industry, His Excellency, the Minister of State, he emphasized about collaboration. And everybody agrees that the wrap of this session is we can only achieve more if we are all together. So, and for us in DPR, we are not just regulators. We are opportunity providers and we are business enablers. We do believe that it can only happen when we collaborate, and Africa needs to be part of the discussion of what energy is really sustainable and what energy is clean, and how can we use this opportunity to create more investment in a way that it will benefit humanity. So with that, I can say that we have a long discussion to really create that opportunity for our countries, for our continent, and to woo the investors of developed nations to see that not only taking investment out of oil, gas, hydrogen, and more green energy, as Total changed the name to energies, I think we look at that in a way that we skew it in a way it will develop the African energy security. So with that, I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Saki Awalu. Clearly, what we have heard, or what I've heard from this conversation from all of the representatives of various governments, is that there's a clear understanding that we need to collaborate, and there is one way not to go. If you take the example of coal in Nigeria, it's one way not to go, so that if you are in a hole, you don't continue to dig further. And gas has been identified. Interestingly, everybody supports the idea of using resources to develop the various countries and to grow their economies. Collaboration, we hear that very strongly here, that these governments are ready to collaborate to lift up people from poverty and raise a very strong middle class, which is very interesting to hear and to note. And the role of fossil, as it were, when we discussed gas as regards associated to oil, interestingly, since the Senate President had said that that law will be passed this month, that begins to create even local content opportunities, because when these laws are passed, they become a clear indication as to what direction countries should be going, especially countries like Nigeria. It's about legislation, it's about identification of these modalities and crossing the T's and dotting the I's. At this point, I must say thank you very much to Your Excellencies, all the way from Your Excellency Mr. Benjamin, to APPO, Your Excellency Minister of State for Petroleum, Gabon, women, Arab women in oil and investment, Dr. Saki Awalu, Your Excellency Secretary General OPEC, and Your Excellency Mbanga, joining us virtually. Thank you for this session. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Just before you rise, just give me a quick second. Let me make a few announcements before you rise. But there's something, we don't have the time now. Let me just leave a food for thought. Your Excellencies, especially that we're talking to government ministers, there is this technology around carbon capture. It is said it can help make this fossil fuel a cleaner fuel. Maybe, I don't know, we don't have that much time. Let me ask the APPO Secretary General, sir. Is that conversation happening amongst member states, the technology that would help make fossil cleaner? Are Africans, are we discussing that to become part of the narrative?
The technology of making oil and gas or hydrocarbons cleaner has existed for quite some time. The problem is it has not been developed to the point of commercialization. Why? The people who have the technology to do it are not interested in doing it. I recall that in 2007, during the third OPEC Summit of Heads of State and Government in Riyadh, the Saudi king offered that OPEC was going to give $1 billion to any research institution that is ready to help further develop carbon capture and storage as a technology to make oil cleaner. To date, to the best of my knowledge, and His Excellency Barkindo is there to confirm, no institution has come out to say that we are willing or ready to do it. The reason is simple. The institutions that are capable of doing this do not want to be seen to be in the bad books of global environmentalists. Only last week, we had a meeting. APPO, AFREC, ARDA, and OPEC. The three of us, AFREC, ARDA, and APPO, constituted the Africa Group and engaged OPEC on some of these challenges. What do we need to do? Because we have over 100 billion barrels in the ground on the African continent. Are we going to leave it there? Who can help us with the technology that will make oil cleaner so that we will not be accused of further polluting the world? We've always argued that if Europe and America were the ones with the kind of oil we have, they were like the Middle East. Believe me, they would have created the technology that will make fossil fuels, particularly oil and gas, environmentally friendly. And that is why I had mentioned earlier about the challenges of finance, of technology, and of human resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So if we don't have time, we would have explored this more by going to OPEC, but we don't have time. But let me just say this. If you're a researcher, you're a developer in the room, or you know anyone you have heard, I'm sure that the government of Nigeria, the government of Equatorial Guinea, the government of Ghana, Egypt, Gabon, can all work together using the umbrella of APPO to ensure that that technology, when found, is funded to help. He made a very valid point. If these reserves we have in Africa is somewhere around the world, we will not be having this conversation. Like the NCDMB will always say, if we go this direction they are chasing us to go, never forget what happened to coal, right? And at the end of the day, some of these countries are still using the coal resources to generate energy. Africa, we will not only be part of the conversation, let us drive technology to maximize these resources for ourselves and even make it cleaner. So thank you. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you can please rise. Please wrap a quick group photograph. GMD, if you can join us for this photograph because you did a presentation here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go, as we rise up now, we will go for lunch. We'll just grab, if you're been to some of these international conferences, it's grab and go kind of lunch. You eat it here actually. And then refreshments they are. Once you're done, the vehicles are available to take us to ICC, where we will be doing the Huawei technical session. It's to start at 3 p.m. It will start at 3 p.m. So, okay, the minister is presenting to them, or he's done it already. Awesome. Okay, to start at 3 p.m. Now, after that, at 5:30, here in the banquet hall, we have the networking reception. Yeah, group. Honorable Minister, sir. Sir, can you say with the group photograph, sir? PS. So please, for delegates, the open court area in the presidential banquet hall here, where we serve coffee, that's where you're going for your refreshment, right? And then, for the VIPs and the ministers, you go to your VIP room here on the corridor here. For the ministers, the VIP room just opposite the exit door to my right is where you are going to. And then, of course, this evening at 5:30, the NCDMB networking reception with the ES. And after that, we have the Total Energy sponsored awards dinner. Everything here in the banquet hall. But for now, we're moving over to, after refreshment, to ICC. We're going over to ICC for the Huawei session. We're going over to the ICC for the Huawei session. So please, after, on live tonight, you can see it. We'll have the Banj performing tonight. The Coco Master will be performing tonight. So please, again, Huawei session, 3 p.m. ICC. Buses are available after refreshment. That's one. Two, we will also be having the NCDMB. We will also be having the NCDMB cocktail with the ES, 5:30 in the banquet hall here. And the Total Energies Awards dinner in the banquet hall after that, with the Banj headlining performances. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the refreshment. VIPs, please go to your VIP holding room for your refreshment on the corridors of the banquet hall. The ministers enter the one directly opposite. See you all at the ICC. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See him.